Hello, everyone, and welcome to SmashBoxxTV podcast 581 here on 11/11/2025, which happens to be our 11th anniversary.
Yeah.
Down to the day. Starting this very podcast 580 episodes ago on November 11th of 2014. Has time flown by, Johnny?
That's putting it mildly.
What was different in 2014?
What was different in 2014?
Besides everything.
Yeah, I think that we had a different president.
Yep.
2014. Yep. There was just the burgeoning of a pro tour. Like we had an elite series, we had a national tour, but there was no official pro tour.
No, there was not yet.
We both technically still had two kids.
Yep.
So
that I claimed.
Yeah, I mean that we know of.
Yep.
That's the old joke.
Yep.
Yeah, we were younger, probably a little skinnier.
I don't know about that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, clearly not better looking.
No,
those young guys.
I don't know about aging gracefully or gracefully aging, but nonetheless, here we are. Thank you guys. Seriously, I'll say it more than once tonight, but if you've been here, whether it was for one episode that was 4 hours, or you were here for 15 minutes on any given night because your favorite pro or promoter or tournament director or enthusiast or innovator or whatever the case might be, regardless of how long you've been here and what content you consumed, whether it was something serious of a legitimate nature that was going on in the world of disc golf, or if it was listening to Madison Walker do bird calls, whatever the case might be, whatever you've been here for, we sincerely appreciate it. So thank you very much.
We should have her on again to see if she's updated any of her bird calls. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we had Kelvin talking about bat boxes. So
there's a lot of different things we could get into. And, well, anytime we have a milestone, it only seems fitting that the innovator and the big brain that belongs to our very first guest ever, way back 11 years ago to the day, is in the head of one Steve Dodge. So he's joining us again tonight. Steve, what do you remember about 11 years ago on this show, or in general?
I remember 11 years ago thinking to myself, I hope that this podcast launches me into Heiser pockets. That's what I remember. That's the one thing I remember from our first show, or your first show.
Yeah, you always talked about getting in people's pantses. And so, the wallet's one way to do it.
Yes. The big idea guy that you are, you're like, damn it, I will figure it out, and this is the way to do it. Just a little bit of jingling, a little bit of money. I'm in.
Once I'm in there, I want to stay in there because it's carbon fiber, baby.
That's right.
All right. Let's get it out of the way right off the bat then. All right. Tell us about your wallet.
What's your wallet? I was meaning that as kind of a joke, but I had Band-Aid Trio, and I don't know if you guys this. The camera's backwards.
Oh yeah, always in front of your face.
Yeah. And then Drew Mullen made some artwork, and then John Dorn made some artwork. And these are just your minimalist wallet. You know, they open up like, yo, this is so complicated to me. RFID chips. All RFID blocking, not RFID chips. I don't know. Anyway, go to HeiserPocket.com and buy a disc golf related wallet. I saw the Ridge wallets, and I said disc golf needs our own Ridge wallet, and so that's what these are.
That wallet.
Anyway, I know
the answer to this, but I think it's an idea suggestion. Does it have a magnet on the back so I can attach?
It does not.
Because my wife lately has gotten a new phone, and with it a wallet that attaches right to the back of her phone via a magnet.
And then put that right next to your credit cards so that you can deactivate every one of your credit cards and your hotel room key.
It doesn't seem to be a problem.
Huh. Okay.
So it does have this clip. You know, it does have, you know, the money clip kind of thing, and you
Sure.
could clip that on your belt, but I don't.
No.
I just put it in my pocket. It's tiny.
Yeah. Terry used to have the biggest wallet I've ever seen.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was just it was obnoxiously large. Just it had so much stuff in it.
I'm pretty confident that Terry was the inspiration for this wallet.
No shock.
Okay, I can get on board with that. So besides wallets, because just like in all these years later, 30 some years in disc golf, couple degrees, all that other stuff, I never thought, I'll be hustling cardboard. And yet here I am, you know, picking up from a manufacturer cardboard boxes, sending cardboard boxes to the likes of the Dickersons today who ship in my boxes, using my disc in a box. I never thought cardboard would be part of my career path, just like you probably didn't think wallets would be. But yeah, you've been innovating and playing with various ideas all the way back to the Pro Tour. Was that 2014 that those first conversations happened?
Well, let me just. I want to sit right there real quick. Your cardboard pedaling and my carbon fiber pedaling, these are all just ways to get disc golf into the world better. We're on the path is still the exact same. It's just whether it's cardboard or live streaming media or carbon fiber in your pants, whatever it is, it's all just pushing disc golf into the world at some sort of a rate. So we're doing the same thing over and over, Terry.
I guess maybe is it weird thinking that where this crazy world of disc golf has taken us and what it's led us to, you know, whether those are innovations or enhancements or advancements, whatever you want to call it. But who would have predicted that, I guess, is maybe what I'm saying, all these years ago, that we'd find these weird branches, making board games that are related to disc golf. Another one that comes to mind, of course. So take us back just for a moment, though. The Pro Tour officially completed, we'll say for now, in terms of just having the match play this weekend. Of course, a few weeks before that was the match play champion, or it was the Tour Championship, and so on and so forth. So the year is officially done in terms of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. What are we thinking after this big monumental 10th season is in the books?
I had a moment of angst because of disc golf probably 2 to 3 weeks ago in my life. And I literally did this. I don't know if I was sitting when I realized this, but I sat back and I thought to myself, without success, if we had failed, I would be selling cars and not caring about what I'm caring about. But because we succeeded, we have to deal with the ramifications of success. And it's funny to think about that. You get a late payment in the disc golf world and you think, but you wouldn't even get a payment without the success that we've all created. So I was able to sit back and realize, okay, the reason I'm upset is because I'm happy. And so I was able to sit back and realize, okay, I should just be happy and realize this is something that will get worked out, but we still have to work it out. Overall, I am ridiculously happy. I wasn't very happy with the match play championship, but we can talk about that in a minute. But the Tour Championship, wow, thank you, Calvin, for making that an amazing event. The USDGC, the MVP Open right before it, the GMC, the playoffs happening and actually having a kind of a purpose. I loved that this year. I think the Pro Tour is making a lot of really good, exciting moves. The fact that Europe is now a part of the Pro Tour. And we saw, I think we had 14 different countries represented at Maple Hill this year. And that, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, we're just a Pro Tour event. We're not even a major. And we had 14 different countries represented. So, yeah, this crazy little thing has definitely taken off. disc golf was going to grow whether we had a pro tour or not. But I like to think that it's easier to get people and kids into the sport because there are heroes for us to look up to. So in that way, I think that the existence of the Pro Tour does matter for the growth of the sport. And I'm really happy to have had a small hand in making that happen.
Well, and I honestly think that the Pro Tour itself, not just the employees who work for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, of which there are like 40, I think, or something around that, I think it's created a lot of other jobs throughout the disc golf industry. I think without the Pro Tour, you're right, we would have continued to grow probably at that 7 to 9% clip, and then COVID and whatever would have happened without the Pro Tour and COVID. But I feel like manufacturers are larger. I feel that there are other companies that are able to thrive and survive due to the Pro Tour and the exposure that it's given. So it's, it's a halo effect, so to speak, where just I think the Pro Tour has created enough jobs that, it feels really good to be a Pro Tour, to be in the timeline where the Pro Tour exists.
Yeah.
Let's get to what you were just thinking about match play. That was most recent. We haven't obviously covered or talked about any of the results or anything whatsoever with just opening the show. But was it a stylistic thing or a format thing that you didn't care for? Was it the course? What were your thoughts on the match play championship?
So I remember somewhere on the order of 6 or 7 years ago, I came on your podcast and I fired you guys.
Yeah.
You guys
that was great.
Bringing up
I don't know if I remember that, but okay.
Oh yeah. You did do that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You're like, guys, you're fired, and I'm making wallets. Like, awesome. Good luck, Steve. You keep at it.
So, along those lines, regarding the Tour Championship, I think the Pro Tour should fire you guys again. Not actually you guys, but I think they should make that whole thing post-produced. I think they should all go down there for a weekend and play their matches and film them and keep it secret, and then release them every Monday or Tuesday in a 20 or 30 minute weekly thing. Yeah. It's a post-produced synopsis of one match, and then release that every Tuesday night. And we can all watch it Tuesday, and we can talk about it Wednesday morning at the water cooler or on the Instas or whatever they are, and then do it again the next night and the next night and the next night or the next week or whatever it is. Because when I was busy on Sunday, and so I said on Monday, I said, hey, let's watch the Match Play Championships, and I was really excited to watch Chris and Ezra go at it, and to watch Missy and Holland go at it, and I turned on the live coverage, and I saw it was about 3 hours, and I said, that's absolutely reasonable. And then they had everybody else playing, and it was just slow for me. For me, it was just slow. And I said, I love the concept of what they're doing, but just take all of the matches and release them over the off season, and record them during the year when nobody's paying attention, and then just release them during the off season. I think that would be I'm an advocate for post-produced.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, I think it would be difficult to keep it a secret. And I mean, we bigger secrets have been spoiled in the sport of disc golf. And I like the idea of the compression, because it would save a lot of time, and you won't have, because nobody really cares about matches 3 and 4. 1 and 2 are a little interesting. Watching Gannon play with a little reckless abandon and just nothing really to lose was fun. That is fun to watch, which we would not really, or we may have gotten in a post-produced aspect. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways you could go at the match play. Doing it all in one weekend, maybe. Inviting, and I know that this is something that the Pro Tour has stepped away from, but inviting a bunch of post-produced people. Maybe having a live card.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? We're covering we're covering seeds 1 versus 16 and 2 versus 15. If a post-production company wants to show up, you get to pick your card, and then you get to film that and have it something like that, and still have them be able to release it until it whittles down to maybe the final group. And then you have the men and the women go off at the same time. So you can just at one card. So that it's kind of maybe keeps it a little more interesting, and maybe that is live as well. But I think there's a lot of different ways you could approach it. I don't know if a full post-production thing is gonna work out. Like I said, just because of spoilers, but I'm not opposed to trying anything.
I guess the only question would be then, are we concerned about having the fan experience? I think the idea of having these throughout the year is having fans at them. It's a day before some of our tournaments, having an extra on-site fan experience, including then the finals, but then also at all the pre-qualifiers. I think that was one of the concepts. We have our practice rounds. We have all these other things happening. This is another reason to get fans to an event, get them there a day early, and have them have another shot at seeing some of our players a little more close up. And then I'd follow all of that questioning with, what was any sense of the on-site fans this weekend?
Miserable.
Thousands?
Miserable. It looked like maybe at most 200, 150 to 200 at any given time. Now it's hard to tell on camera. They don't, you're not getting a full shot. Maybe that's just one area. As you said, splitting it up between Ganon on one card. Like there could have been,
but
there could have been more, but it did not appear like
probably a little burnout.
Maybe.
Especially in that region. But Terry, I agree 100% with what you just said. During the year, when they had the match play championship, like right before a tour event, fantastic. Keep that as a live event. I actually watched some of those, and those were intriguing because every match mattered. But when I'm watching the finals and there's 3 cards. No offense to anybody, but if you're battling for 5th and 6th, that's not why I'm watching.
Yeah,
I understand they're trying to fill downtime, but just don't give me any downtime. Then just make it post-produced.
Sure.
But if you have 2 cards going as a match play thing and you're covering it live, you can jump back and forth, and there's plenty of action going on in those match play events you talked about. Plus, it does give the fans an extra experience. So. Regarding that, 100%. Regarding the finals, I wouldn't even invite fans. I don't think those 200 people were noticeable on camera. I don't remember noticing them in any significant way.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear the analytics from behind the scenes at the Pro Tour or DGN specifically as to if it's worth it being live, the cost of being live, everything that went along with being there for the weekend, weighing that out along with the fans, the fan experience, the on-site sales, the on-site vendors, all of that other stuff. That math may check out in the favor of what you're talking about. Certainly.
Well, it's November and the tour is now over, and DGN. I'm going to subscribe to DGN in November, December, January, and February, and until mid-February. And probably never turn it on.
Yeah.
But if they had a weekly tour championship, a weekly match play leading to a championship, I might.
Sure.
So
yeah, and they're obviously going to continue to try to have lots of slow season, things. That's the Jomez Pro putting game, things with Catch with Earhart, their podcast, so on and so forth. Of course, they're trying to keep all of our fans engaged, and this might be another one of those offerings that might help bring fans in on a weekly basis that think like, hey, I want to keep my subscription going versus putting it on pause or canceling it for a few months.
I would say that they've actually done a much better job this year of advertising the off-season stuff. So kudos to them for that and for developing this more than they have. It's a tough wicket to clear, though, because in my opinion, DGN is live disc golf. And going to watch the putting game, I could do that on DGN. It feels more like YouTube, but I understand that it is a DGN property, but it feels more like YouTube to me. And if I want to watch a match play championship, that makes more sense on DGN. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a tough wicket to clear.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not in charge.
Well, and that honestly brings my next point, which is, Johnny has not done any contracted work with DGN for a couple of years now, or a year and a half. Steve, you obviously, were the owner, and then you're involved. I'm contracted, sometimes paid, sometimes not. But here we are. Like, it's funny how we're even all kind of referencing what they should do. And that leads to my question, which is, do you sit in on any meetings today? Do you give feedback?
No.
Are you on a board, on a committee, on a feedback loop or group, or what's your role?
When I have a crazy idea, I find a way to wiggle it into somebody's ear and then get it passed along. But no, I'm not involved in any way.
Okay.
And I apologize. I need to plug in my computer real quick. It just said I'm running out, which means I forgot to plug it in.
Some things never change.
Congratulations to Ezra for winning the match play.
Nice work.
Yeah, he did pretty well. And Holland Hanley.
Correct. As many say, specifically with Ezra, starting off the year strong, taking the first event, of course, in Florida, and then taking down this last official DGPT event. Pretty cool to see. Is the season, maybe with all of this in mind, and then we can move on, but is the season, and I'll go as early as possible, All-Star / Supreme Flight weekend, to all the way to this last weekend, is the season too long, too short? Well, like just the right amount. Where are you putting it?
It's really interesting because there were ebbs and flows throughout the season. After Pro Worlds, it was really hard to get up for Turku. I think it was Turku.
Sure, for sure.
That kind of thing, like it feels like after Pro Worlds, like Turku should exist, and I think they needed that extra event just to. I'm not even sure if they did, but to give Europe an extra event seems like a positive. But as far as watching, that was, I don't think I watched Turku. And there were natural ebbs and flows. The end of the season is really interesting to me because, in my opinion, the GMC MVP, USDGC, boom, boom, boom is like the most exciting part of the season. Part of me is really sad that I don't get to sit back and watch all of it. But it's still very fun to watch 2/3 of it. And then I guess the match play championship. I like the tour championship. Actually, I have thoughts about the tour championship, but the match play championship just seemed a little too much. I don't know why I wanted to watch it.
I think it's too soon. Like we're people shut down after. We've kind of got people trained now for the tour championship that's the last event, and I'm okay with that.
Right.
I don't mind if that's what it is after USDGC. I know some people still complain. Whatever, that's fine. Everyone can have an opinion. I just feel like the match play, like nobody was eager for disc golf. I think everybody kind of after DGPT championship, they're like, okay, deep breath, we'll come back. But I think if you did it in maybe mid-December or maybe early January, and I know it's more difficult to get the players back together maybe after that long because they're more out of sync with their discs, so to speak. But I feel like
why not record it right? Why not record it right after the tour championship, but don't tell anybody, and then just show it to us in December, January, and February, just like you're saying.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. That's possible.
I feel like we're arguing the same thing, and it's just a matter of how you make it happen.
Exactly. But there's a lot of. I always hate that saying that people should do things. I always like to say people could do things. Like you could try this, you could do this, but it's not my tour. It's not my championship. I don't think they should do anything that we say.
Not necessarily. Yes. And if I thought that they should do this, like if I thought it was critical that this happen, this isn't the place that I would. This isn't the avenue I would use to get to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I'd call Todd Rainwater.
Yeah,
I've got his number.
I would just complain on Reddit.
Yeah. I'd just be like, "Hey, Todd, guess what?
Just do this."
That's right.
Okay, so Go ahead, Terry. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say,
Sure,
you and
go.
I had a brief chat a few weeks ago, which then we realized this night was coming up and asked you to join and everything else. And we were talking about one particular topic. I don't know if you want to jump into that, or you came with a list tonight, it was my understanding. So if you've got a topic, let's hit it.
Well, I've got a lot of topics, and I want to run through some of these real quick.
Okay.
The new playoff structure where they had 4 people get in, so that the top. I think from MVP Open, it was the top 24 get in. Maybe it was top 28, and then the next 4 at MVP Open got in.
Yep.
So the playoff structure changed. Just a quick thumbs up, thumbs down from you guys. Was that a positive, a negative, or a neutral?
I'm going thumbs up. I'd like to see some slight alterations to maybe make it almost like a mini match play, maybe with GMC and MVP. Say, hey, we're here. The next 8 people, we're only taking 4. You're going to play. I don't care where you finish. The best 4 move to MVP, and or the best 8. However you want to whittle it down to 4 for MVP. I'd like to see it maybe a little bit more exciting for the GMC side, rolling into MVP. But other than that, I think it's a thumbs up. I like it.
I'm indifferent. I'm good with it. I don't think there's any real downside to it. It keeps a few more people a little extra engaged and something extra to play for as we get to those last 2 events. You're sitting in 33rd and they're taking, either 32 or 28 or whatever the magic number is. There might be a little extra, I don't want to say incentive, but it's a little bit more exciting. I just want to temper how much we're talking about it at GMC, because then as it kind of plays in, I
think it depends on how it's formatted.
Yeah,
as
how
it
it's
is right
formatted.
now, you're right. GMC, it's almost not worth talking about as much.
Yeah, and then we hit it hard for the last event, which is when it's most crucial. But I'm okay with it.
I think I agree with that assessment completely, and that's why I wanted to touch on that, because I think we could knock that one out pretty quick.
Okay, done.
Tour and I know that you want to talk about the 30-second rule, and maybe you want to apologize to me for calling me.
Did you accidentally call him?
No, I intentionally called him, and then I had to call him back. At one point I called him and said, "Hey, Steve, I apologize. When I call you, I often just piss and moan about stuff that's not in his control, but he's a good sounding board." And I said, we should have other reasons why I call you.
So you use Steve like you use Twitter.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Except Steve's nicer to me. So that was why I called. But then we got off on this tangent about 30-second rule, because at the time you were actively watching an NBA game or games. And
you think it should be a 24-second
rule. You
rule.
were frustrated with the pace of the NBA game, and then you were trying to find some new way to apply pace to disc golf. And go ahead and give the internet and the world your take.
What you just did was a teaser, because we're going to talk about that in about 8 minutes.
Okay.
Because I want to touch on the Tour Championship.
Okay.
So you call me and bitch and moan. This is my time to call you and bitch and moan.
As it should be.
Yep.
I remember back in the first 3 or 4 years of the Pro Tour, the Tour Championship was a literal playoff where if you didn't win, you were eliminated and you did not get to play another round.
Loved it.
And I loved it. I want that so bad. And there were 2 significant advantages to that. Number one, when you get down to the finals, you have 4 players starting from scratch with $50,000 on the line. Let's go. If you don't watch that, you are an idiot. You don't care at all about disc golf if you don't watch the 4 hottest players in disc golf battle it out in one round for $50,000. Everybody's going to watch that. And if a better way to word it is you got the best 4 guys, you got the best 4 gals, and they're playing for $100,000. Kaboom. This is really fun. You have to watch it. The other big advantage that has is it is not the USDGC Junior. That's it.
Yeah. No.
Right now, you have the USDGC, a 4-round event with a 20-some year history of being the number 1 or number 2 event in our sport. And then you followed up 3 days later with another 4-round tournament that wants to be just as big. And it can't be because it's 20 years behind. You'll never have that much history. Mm-hmm. The only thing they can do is say, we have a very exciting TV-friendly tournament, and let's go. And I apologize to the person that loses in the first round and has to go home with $2,000 in their pocket. Oh, well.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this, that there's obviously pros and cons. I mean, the Pro Tour is exciting, as fantastic of a win that Nathan Queen had. There are some people that think, why should Nathan Queen win all this money for one weekend versus Calvin, who earned his strokes? And when you said the best 4 people playing for 20,000, that's not necessarily the true case, because no one will argue that Nathan Queen was the best.
I didn't say the best, Johnny. I didn't say the best. I said the 4 hottest.
The 4 hottest. Okay, so you have the 4, and I'm good with that. Personally, like I said, I loved your format. I loved that one. I'm always a fan of being able to see some sort of Cinderella story, of giving more context. To me, the Pro Tour with the strokes, it really felt like it was the best 4 people playing for this event. The best 4 throughout the season. Like, cool. I don't think anyone is making up those strokes on all 4 of them. Maybe one of them, like we saw Gannon fall off. But you're not going to see Gannon and Calvin and Nicholas and Paul. Like, they're not all falling off. So to me, it felt like, okay, which one of these top players is going to get the money? And that's okay if that's what you're going for. I loved, like you said, I loved a little bit more the gamesmanship when Drew Gibson laid up a putt, so he didn't have to play with Paul Macbeth. So he got like to me, that was exciting. That was interesting. We don't get that anymore. We've got 1,000 tournaments a year. Okay, maybe 25, but something different that matters. That's worth, it's kind of like the match play. But the Pro Tour finale, to me, again, it all depends what you're looking for. Are you looking to reward the players for how they played throughout the season? Great, then you're doing it the right way. If you're looking for excitement and you're looking for kind of new storylines, then you have to pick a different way. It's just,
So here, I go ahead, Terry. I'm sorry.
I was just going to follow that up and say, do you, along the lines of what Johnny was just saying, is it silly? Silly is maybe not the right word. Do you like the idea of Gannon having these strokes coming into the finale? Do you like the idea of someone earning an advantage as they get to that final event? And then what does that advantage look like to you if it's not the strokes like we've done the last couple of years?
So I'm going to put on asshole mode right now. Okay,
just real quick. You borrowing Johnny's hat? What are you?
Wow.
Are you? Do I like the idea of the best player in the world having an advantage over everybody else in the field? No, that's not exciting. I appreciate, thank you, Gannon, for falling off and making it exciting. That was great. He is a true sportsman. But any other tournament, he wins by 6 and we're all yawning. Come on, I don't want to watch that. And I do actually want to watch that, but that's not, but I feel like I'm a special snowflake in that regard. What I actually want to watch is Gannon and Ricky and Chris Clemens, who's having the tournament of his life, and whoever else, who are all playing really hot at this event, go to town in one round and throw $50,000 down on the table. That's what I want to watch. And regarding Nathan Queen, he shot the hot round or the second hottest round every round of that tournament. He was the best player that weekend. If that weekend had happened to be Pro Worlds, he would be world champion. Like that's all there is to it. You can't say Paul Macbeth would have beat him. He didn't. 4 rounds in a row. Nathan had the best rounds. So, there you go. Sorry, I'm getting off my soapbox now.
No.
Again, as I said, there's
makes sense.
I think there's another layer of story when, of all things, we're the people. It feels like, and maybe this shouldn't matter. The people that have the means and the money, probably throughout the season, because they're the best players, they're probably selling the most discs, they're winning the most. Now we're going to give them more money. And the rich get richer, that's fine. But there's something exciting when you said Chris Clemens having the weekend of his life. This is, as we said with Nathan Queen, this is life-changing money for him. This is like, hey, I'm going to stay on tour for 2 more years because I won $20,000. Like this will cover me. Like there is so much more excitement and storyline to that than, is Calvin going to win or is Gannon going to win? Which one's going to be able to buy the boat? Like, it just doesn't have the same feeling.
It doesn't, but it also, like we keep saying, it is recognizing and rewarding the consistency in which they've performed all year long.
I would just like to see them rewarded a different way. Take some of that money, give them a bonus, and let's play a fun event.
So here's what I mapped out as this new a modern version of what we used to do, which is sort of a hybrid approach. In round 1, I think you just get maybe, well, I have it doesn't matter who, 18 people, and the top 8 advance or something like that, and they meet the guys who are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So if you got in the top 4, well, if you got in the top 24, you get in the Tour Championship. That's a positive. If you're in the top 4, you automatically are in the 2nd round. And if you're the number 1 player, you're automatically in the final round, period. And that, to me, is a significant advantage. Like, the worst you're going home with is $5,000, and you got a 1 in 4 chance at 50.
Yeah, I think, and we can wrap this subject up soon, I'm sure. The part of the complaints from the Pro Tour and maybe the fans is like, oh, why should I come on Thursday when Ricky and Paul and Gannon aren't playing? I think what we can do is maybe find a way to get them playing on that day and maybe give them an advantage going into the 2nd round. Like, hey, guess what? You 4 are playing for a 1-stroke advantage, a 2-stroke advantage going into the 2nd round to give you something. You're still all moving on, but one of you is going to get that 2-stroke advantage to move you to the 3rd round or something like that. Give them something to play for that benefits or bonuses them against maybe themselves, because the whole thing of the Pro Tour is they want everyone playing every day because they're trying to maximize the viewership, the people online. I no offense to like Nathan Queen and Chris Clemens, but if you tell me the post-production numbers say it themselves, go to any round that has Drew Gibson, Chris Clemens, Nathan Queen, and Sullivan Tipton. 4 fantastic people. Those views are 10 times less than Ricky, Paul, Gannon, and Isaac. Just the nature. So they want to keep those people playing. So I think you need to find a way to make sure that they're there all the days, that they're fighting for something, even if it doesn't maybe really matter. I don't know. That's just that's kind of what the Pro Tour is at least looking for, I think.
I understand that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Have the 4 of them play a Stableford match, on Friday. There you go.
Yep. Okay. What's next on your list, Steve? What else can we knock out? What can we fix in this world?
30-second. Well, okay. At the end, you have to promise to ask me about what I'm doing, because I've got other. In addition to Heiser Pocket, I've got other things.
There's more to life than a Heiser Pocket.
It's not. Did we mention that earlier?
Is that a wallet?
No, a wallet with a disc golf theme to it.
Huh.
Damn.
Terry wants to talk about the 30-second rule. I think we took the full 8 minutes for the Tour Championship.
I don't necessarily want to talk about it. You had an interesting take on one way we could address it, and I think we've exhausted quite a few solutions to it and or what the problem is in terms of a lot of people. A very popular response, and this started for me with Nate Doss saying this as a big golf fan, saying that groups are basically put on a pace in terms of the golf when they're out in the regular golf. Groups are put on a pace. They should be through X amount of holes or at a certain hole by a certain amount of time. And then when they're not, an official comes over and then gives the group a warning. And a lot of people have suggested we basically borrow that mentality and apply it to disc golf. Sure, great. I still have a problem with it. It's almost always just one person that is causing that whole group. Usually, it's not usually 3 out of 4 are slow or 4 out of 4. But I don't know where the peer pressure then still comes in to get somebody to speed up, because again, it's usually one person that's doing it. You have a solution that you're about to suggest or propose or throw out there, and before you even do that, I will continue to say, the three of us here, along with every other podcast and damn near every fan on the planet, can name the 5 to 10-ish people that cause almost every backup in disc golf. Like, you want to say them out loud or in your head, we can all think of the 5 to 10, and maybe I can think of a couple more than you guys, because I film and I know exactly how long people take when I'm out there filming with a camera and I'm watching the little ticker myself. So and then I have to go edit it and then decide when I want to cut into their routine. There's 5 to 10 people that I think are the quote unquote problem. I propose whatever the solution is, we're dealing with those 5 to 10 people. I don't think we have a disc golf wide problem. I think we have roughly 5 to 10 people that just need to correct their behavior, is what I think personally. Now you have, we'll say, an overarching, different, sweeping, kind of, sort of methodology when it comes down. Now, this all keeping in mind, next year
we're gonna have 45 seconds.
Yeah,
and we're gonna get an
exactly.
extension. It doesn't count on the tee or on the green. It's only in the middle.
No players still want to call them on each other. I still can't believe that. It's hilarious that none of the players want to call any of these timing violations hardly on each other.
So let's
They've
give them more
all
time.
said that. So we're going to give them more time. But then somebody gets called on it, like Gossage did, and the internet still yells at them at the marshal for making the call. So the players don't want to call it, and the marshals don't want to call it, but we all think everybody should speed up. Anyway,
what's your solution,
What's
Steve?
your solution?
And I'm going to go ahead and say, I guess my solution addresses both of those things. And I'm going to say, I kind of like Nate's solution for applying golf to disc golf, but we're not quite ready for it. And by that, I mean, golf, I think, has twosomes usually. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a twosome that's playing slow, you can point to both people, but but one of the two knows who's slowing them down. They both know who's slowing them down. And it's pretty easy to address. And you're only additionally punishing one extra person. So if there's a foursome and there's one person slowing them down, then you're additionally punishing 3 extra people. I don't know, that feels worse to me, and it feels harder to moderate, I guess. So if the Disc Golf Pro Tour wanted to go down to threesomes, I actually would be totally in favor of that. Part of what I think we should do at events is try to get people to stay in one place when they watch. And if you, instead of having a foursome, you have a threesome, you're not going to have your 4 favorite players on a card, and at most you're going to have 3. So you're less likely to follow cards, and you're more likely to stay in one spot and see everybody, which I think is, in my opinion, you pick your favorite couple of holes. I love hole 1. I'm going to go stand at the pin, and I'm going to watch hole 1. When they get through that, I'm going to go to hole 8. And when they get through that, I'm going to go to hole 14. They get through that, I'm going to watch 18. And I watched the top 20 players in the world play my 4 or 5 favorite holes of disc golf. That is a great day to me. So anyway, from a fan experience, going down from 4 to 3 seems like a positive. I should say from the event point of view. I'm sure fans want to follow 4 players instead of 3. having said all that, the thing that I would, this isn't my idea. I just read about it and happen to have a small megaphone that I can talk. So I read about it on some platform somewhere. And the idea was basically apply a chess clock to disc golf. When you step up to your disc, your clock starts. And then when you throw your disc, your clock stops. And you do that for all of your throws. And for every throw you take, you get an extra 10 seconds, something along those lines. So you would start out with, say, 20 minutes on your clock, and then you would throw your 50 throws, and then you'd get an extra 8 or 9 minutes on your clock. And so you'd have 28 minutes to throw all of your throws. And the idea being, if I have a 10-foot putt, I don't need much time. I'm just going to drop that in there. But if I have a really tricky shot that goes up over a hill, and I don't know for sure what the wind is like on the other side of the hill, and I don't know for sure exactly where the basket is because I've never practiced over in this weird spot, I'm going to take more than 30 seconds. I'm going to take a couple of minutes because I really want to figure this out. And I don't think there's any problem every once in a while taking a couple of minutes to figure out how exactly you want to throw the disc. So the idea would be you have your set amount of time, and at the end of the round, if you go over by a minute, that's a stroke. And if you go over by 2 minutes, that's 2 strokes. And this is something that nobody has to call on anybody. We just have the clock start. We have the clock stop. The end of the round, okay, you went over by a minute and a half. That's a +1 stroke. There we go. And that's something we would be able to watch on the live because we would have that data. And the player would presumably be able to watch that as well. And to be able to see, okay, I need to hurry up a little bit. That would also speed up pace of play and if, for example, I believe disc golf round that we want people to watch should be 3 hours or less, just like every sporting event. Or the Savannah Bananas say 2 hours or less, but I don't think we're quite there. So 3 hours or less. If a round is 3.5, it's pretty easy. You just say, okay, instead of getting 20 minutes, you get 17 minutes, and we just cut that round down to 3:18, just like that. And then we can address the course and try to make it more scoreable, so there are less throws, and then get it down to 3:09. And discotheque, we get down to a 3-hour round. More people are watching, and disc golf's growing even faster.
I think 3:15 is the right number. It's kind of what baseball is. It's what football is. Like 3:15 to me is ideal. It just seems like the nation has they're okay with that in a lot of other things. So whatever, it's an arbitrary number.
It is, and those all have baked in commercial break times,
exactly,
and whatnot that go along with them all. But that's besides. Go on.
I think the problem what we're going to have with that solution that you have is the same thing we have now. When do you start that clock? When do you end that clock? Or ending the clock is easy. It's when someone throws. When do you start that clock? As we saw with, we'll pick on Gossage. Is it when he pulls his disc from out of bounds, puts it down? Is it when he warms up? Is it when he backs it up and then starts again? Is it when he goes back to his bag? Is it when he starts, checking the distance on the hole? That's where we have a problem now, even. Is nobody knows for sure officially, even though it's in the rule book, even there's some gray area, when you start the clock. So I think you would have an issue. And then who's doing that? You'd
still have that problem.
Yeah. Who's starting that clock? Is it the player themselves? They're like, they've got their chess timer. They're like, pop. All right, I got to go now. Or is it right when the last player is done? Does that time count for you to walk all the way up to your disc? If you're 50 or 80 feet in front of them, there's things like that. I think that is really the biggest hurdle. I don't mind the idea, the thought, the process, the concept, but yeah.
So regarding when to start the clock, the argument that I just heard was, right now we don't know when to start the clock. Mm-hmm. In your new proposed system, we don't know when to start the clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Solve that. It doesn't. Who cares what you're doing? Yeah. You have to solve that. Do it. I mean, I can try to come up with that, but that's not my job. None of this is I don't even have a job. So,
well, you do have a Heiser pocket.
I do have a Heiser pocket. Did I show you Manny Trio's design here? That's amazing.
Pretty awesome.
But and that one's called Chain Lightning, by the way. I thought that was a really clever name. Thanks. This is my favorite named one, and that's Drew Mullen's design, and it's called Scratch Disc Golf.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah, Scratch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that.
Anyway,
Wow, it's so boring.
Johnny, to keep that going, the whole idea is simply, if you want to take more time on an important shot, go ahead and take that time. And if we don't know when to start the clock, that's something we have to figure out. And regarding who is going to start this clock, on the Pro Tour, we have scorekeepers on every card. Right now, I would not trust them to start the clock every time. With a butterfly might fly by and they miss stuff. Like they're not paid to do that. However, I do think in a year or in 2 years, after doing some testing and figuring out what the right amount of time is and how many extra seconds to add per shot, you could absolutely figure this out and figure out when to start the clock, and we could actually have a little bit of money to pay people to start the clock. So that's an idea. We are still a nascent sport, especially as far as professional. We're super duper young, and we've got a lot of growth to do, and these are the kind of things that we need to solve. And I don't know how I like to solve problems, but I'm going to pretend that this is how, just because it fits right here. I tend to like to find the ideal solution. If we can make that happen, we're done.
Yeah.
And if we can't make that happen, let's figure out what we can do. But in my opinion, this is the ideal solution. It solves all of the I don't want to call it. It solves the I do want more time on this throw. It solves the how fast is the round being played. And it solves all of that. And whoever posted that on whatever forum that I read it, I appreciate it. That stuck with me, and I like that thought.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the quick things I'll say to that is I think I mentioned to you, I feel like this clearly goes to course design, which is what the board is also talking about. Yes, it's great that we see a Maple Hill round with the way the course is designed and the way the course plays, and then obviously the scoring and the conditions gets played out in roughly 3-ish, 3:15, 2:45, whatever, gets played out. We're not playing Northwood Black in that time.
Get good.
Yeah, and I mean, they're clearly throwing. You have longer walkouts, you have longer shots, so maybe there's an adjustment that gets made for every single course. Okay, at this course you have 28 minutes to play, and at this course you have 32 minutes to play.
If it's a par 52 versus a par 62.
Yeah, exactly. I just feel like we're adding in so many more variables, and I still stand on wildly changing a major part of our rules that's been in play for 20-some, 30-some years, which is the 30-second clock, wildly changing that because there's roughly 5 to 10 people that seem to have a hard time adhering to that 30 seconds seems crazy to me.
I would rather, and again, we'll get off the subject, I'd rather keep the 30-second rule the way it is and then just give players like 2 unlimited extensions. Cool, guess what? Or give them 3 minutes. Just like a lost disc that we say. You get 3 minutes, someone's going to say, hey, I'm going to use my 3 minutes here. Okay, cool. And guess what? If there's a problem, if you feel like someone's going over too much, on the PDGA app, have a little button that says, call Marshall. No one knows who does it. Beep. Suddenly a Marshall comes walking up. You know a Marshall's been called. Marshall's going to sit and watch. Oh, sorry, we heard that you already took your 2 extensions. Now we're watching you, buddy. And they can be even marked on the scorecard like we used to do for penalties. A little circle it or a little P next to your thing. Like, cool, guess what? This person used 2 extensions. They're golden. It can be on the broadcast. We could see that. I personally think 30 seconds is more than enough time for most shots. And like you said, there's a handful of people. All right, Steve, we got about 5 minutes before we said Jesse from Trash Panda is going to come on. What do you have going on?
I think if you can't relate your 30-second solution in 30 seconds, your solution shouldn't count.
Well, okay, here's my solution. Don't change the rule, and everyone should just play by it. There's my solution.
That seems fine to me. I'd go with that.
You're getting 7 seconds. That's all 7 seconds. Everyone gets 7 seconds. As long as it takes you to explain the rule, that's how long you get.
And it's all that easy. Terry, I have Johnny. You asked what I have going on.
Yeah. What do you have going on?
So really fun. Terry mentioned that I made a board game, or my brother and I started a board game company, Boda Brothers, and I created Birdie Pro. That was like in the 3 months after I left the Pro Tour, or after the Pro Tour left me. I don't know exactly how it happened. It was mutual.
It's not you, it's me.
Yeah. I
It
love
was
you. I just
100%
don't, I'm
me.
not in love with you. Yeah. Okay.
Just so we know, it was 100% me. But the next 4 days of my life, I'm going to actually be at a game convention. I've never gone to a game convention. I'm super duper excited.
Where at?
So, I don't know exactly. Somewhere in northeast Massachusetts, somewhere maybe.
Okay. I mean, because there's a few of them. There's a really, really big one in like Indianapolis that used to be here in Milwaukee that moved, a Gen Con. They do a bunch of games and I think anime and stuff like that. But a lot of huge games go there to like get kind of introduced, whether it's their Kickstarter or whatnot. So I didn't know if I didn't know when Gen Con was going on. So
This is a really, really not big one.
okay.
Yeah. And you mentioned Whatnot. I actually have a Whatnot channel now.
Yeah, you do.
Wow.
I go up every Wednesday at 11:11.
Hmm.
Tune in. And
Okay.
I tell stories, like I make fun of you and Johnny, and right, and then every once in a while I remember to sell stuff.
Okay. Sounds kind of like
And
the
actually-
two Whatnot sales shows I've done. Yep.
This is something that I'm selling. I found this in my mom's basement last weekend. It's an unopened pack of Vibram Disc Golf Birdie Bash cards. I'm very excited to sell that
Wow.
and get it out of my office.
I mean, there's card collectors out there that might like that.
That is literal cards, so it's not even, yeah. And then the Glitch World Championships is going to be bigger and better next year.
How so?
Well, we're going to have a legit payout, like 5 figures. It's going to be 3 rounds over 2 days. You can only play if you want a qualifier. We had a couple people this year, actually one in particular, who said, "Hey, if you're going to do this, like make it real." I'm going to call him the Drew Gibson of glitch disc golf, and he was 100% right. So maybe it's not that he's not the Drew Gibson of disc golf, but anyway,
Drew out here taking strays. Love it.
Drew knows I love him. I'm not worried about it. And Drew actually saved the Pro Tour. I'll say that out loud.
Yes.
Without Drew, the Pro Tour wouldn't exist, because he brought a lot of really good ideas to me. And I listened to most of them.
Before or after you got fired? I'm still trying to figure out how good these ideas were then. Okay. Anyway, go on.
Well, yeah. Imagine if I didn't do them, how quickly we would have gone down.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Glitch World Championship is going to become like a legit thing, and it's just sort of been a tournament, and now it's going to be a big tournament. That's all. And if you want to play in it, you have to win a qualifier, and we'll have a big payout, and we'll have a big payout and a big party, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Are there going to be local qualifiers?
Yeah, there were over 100 qualifiers last year, and I expect we'll do that again this year. I think that they're primarily in maybe June, maybe May, but May, June, early July kind of time frame. And I wanted to say I'm impressed with Jesse at Trash Panda. I met him once somewhere at dinner. Thank you, Miles Parkhill. And ridiculously cool guy. I feel his diss, and I can't believe that they're all recycled plastic like that. It's mind-boggling. He's created a really good product. But the thing that I am most impressed with, he's the first person, when I watch DGN, he's the first person that sends a PNG with transparency on his ad, like it plays in that little bar, and instead of having like a border on it, it just comes up and it says Trash Panda on your screen. And I'm looking at my screen and I'm like, why is that just sitting on my screen right now? And then it flips to other things. But so creative, like just get rid of the box. And he did it, and well done.
I want to give a quick shout out. Tyler Brickley, actually, I think was one of the first to do that with the lower third back in the day. I believe it was probably with DGA. Him and I were working on things, and he had all sorts of fun ideas on not necessarily making it the lower third that's in that spot, but doing that as well as some other things. He was always really good that way. Very creative guy when it comes to advertising. But you're right. I do love Jesse's Trash Panda one as well. That it's not just your standard. Okay. Here's a box. Watch 5 discs roll in. Buy these discs.
Right. And I shouldn't have presumed that Jesse was the first to do it. But he's the first that I noticed did it. And I do know that Tyler is a very wonderful and creative person.
Yeah, him and I used to sit, Tyler and I used to sit at night after like Pro Tour broadcasts and just talk about like different ways he can do it. He had all sorts of ideas for like, where the scoreboard is, just kind of have something raise up, like a picture of him, like waving, like, hey, buy this disc, and then like come back down. And we tried a couple little ones like that, but there all sorts of fun stuff.
So I'll close on this. At dinner, Jesse and I feel like we really hit it off. And I was under the impression that we were going to be good friends from that moment forward. And he's like texted me like twice since then. And I don't
new
like
number?
I've texted him 3 or 4 times, and it's not balanced at all.
Awkward.
Yeah, I mean, we can ask him about it. We're going to have him on here shortly. We'll ask him about if he can text you more often. That the relationship feels lopsided. That it's that he's taking more than he's giving in this relationship, and that
I don't want to say that because then it's gonna feel funny then when he texts me.
Yeah, a little hollow. Like
don't tell him. Don't tell him.
We won't.
Don't tell him.
Okay,
please.
We'll see. I don't know. I can't keep my mouth shut.
Now, if you want to send me what you believe is his number, and then I can maybe confirm or deny if you have the right number, like that might be one of the steps here. Just who knows who you're chatting with, really.
Not everyone gets Double G's number wrong.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Terry messaged back and forth for like 3 days with a guy who he thought was Double G, and it was Double G's old phone number.
Yeah.
The guy agreed to be on the show at one point.
We were like literally waiting for him to show up.
Like, I wonder why Double G isn't showing up. Never was Double G the whole time.
That jerk like totally trolled, and he's like, what time? And he was playing into it.
It was great.
And
bravo, sir.
Yeah, sure enough, it wasn't Double G. Steve, this will be the last question then. Any words of wisdom now that we're 11 years in to this show, and you and I have been working together for more than 15, but any insight or words of wisdom to part with here tonight?
So one thing that I've been doing with my daughter now actually is trying to write a history of the Pro Tour. How it started from my perspective, trying to do interviews with all these people. But what's actually come out of that for me is
therapy.
If you are true to yourself and what you believe and how you feel about the world, and you let that guide how you behave in the world, you're going to be in a good place.
I think it's karma or something.
Well, it's this sounds maybe a little silly, but the other night I watched a podcast with a gentleman named Steven, who maybe has been in some of your algorithms. He was interviewing Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, obviously the largest, YouTube channel, all this other stuff. But he basically had the same sentiment, and it kind of resonated with me in the sense that, and I feel like it's what you're saying, which is you're going to do things. No matter what you do, people are going to challenge you. People are going to accuse you. People are going to make assumptions. And he basically said, I know at the end of the day, I'm doing good things. Like I say, like when I put my head down on my pillow, I know I'm pushing disc golf forward. You were doing the right thing. Now, we're not maybe always arriving there and, hitting the home run and knocking it out of the park. But at the end of the day, like your guiding principles and what you're attempting to do is all in good faith to push things forward in the right way. And that's how he largely has dealt with criticism and, even death threats and the silliest things that he gets accused of, just by trying to really be, a good steward of the world in a lot of the things that he's doing. So
the bigger you are, the bigger a target you become. Steve dodges a disc.
Damn it! Is that why I keep gaining weight? Is that what's going on? Oh.
No, like I said, Steve dodges a disc.
Yes.
I mean, that's you
There
become
you
big
go.
enough that people write messages.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
have posters made about you. And is there a little piece of you that's like feels good to think of like those people that can F off now that like, you know what I mean? Like you've come out and you
No.
stayed true.
No,
But-
no, I'm past that. It's they were being true to who they were. They felt like what I was doing was harming the sport that they love, and I can accept that. And they were being true to who they were. I was being true to who I am, and that's all you can ask. And when someone tries to knock you down, if you're where you are, if you are who you are, and you're there, you can't get knocked down. You can hurt, but you're not going to move off of who you are. I mean, my moral standing never changed, never wavered. My goal of growing disc golf never changed, never wavered. Their opinion of how I was doing it, that's they're being true to themselves. It's really weird and hard. It's very difficult to understand that someone who doesn't agree with you is being genuine, but they are.
Yeah, and it is just that. It's an impasse of opinions, or we're trying to arrive at destinations, but you're both getting there in different ways. And so you're right. It is another much more optimistic way to look at it, as you just described it. I appreciate that.
One last question, then we're going to let you go. If you were a disc, what disc would you be?
Uh-oh.
Would you be a glitch? Would you be
what are
an
you?
ibex?
This thing holds more plastic than a nutsack.
True.
Does it?
Or maybe it's a tie. Yeah, it does. It does. This thing opens up huge. Look at that.
Mhm.
That's a big.
Oh, that's how they
I still can't figure out the camera.
You thought they would like slide in the top?
Yeah, I thought they would like in it. I'm not going to call it a superior wallet, but they did support the Pro Tour for many years. As I've got me a little Grip 6 wallet that things slide out this way. Like I don't know what I'm going to show
Doesn't seem
here.
like it's working.
No, it does. I just don't want my credit cards to slide out and show the
This thing,
world.
you just press this, you push your cards right there, and then they come out the other side, wherever the other side is.
Well, what are everyone get those numbers? Get those numbers. As long
Anyway.
as it's not the Smashbox credit card, I'm okay.
1-800-HYZER Pocket.
Heiser Pocket.
Heiser Pocket. I hardly. Okay.
All right. Tell
Steve.
Jesse I said hello. Tell Jesse I said hello, and I love him, and he's one of my top 8 friends. But he should send me a message.
He'll be top 7 when he sends you a text.
That's a sad state of affairs if your top 8's not writing you back. All right, Steve, 580 episodes later, you've, I don't know how many, you might be one of our most relied upon guests, maybe Macbeth or something, but
Dana.
you were
Dana
here,
doesn't count.
Dana, but you were here for night number 1, and here we are 11 years later, so we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. You don't have to come back just on big anniversaries or milestones. You're welcome anytime, but thanks for joining us.
We'll get through all the disc golf problems with us.
Thank you guys for everything that you do. Please keep it up.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, pal. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Steve. Have a great night.
See you, buddy.
Good night. I have a bold prediction.
Oh, jeez.
He's off.
He's gone.
He's not listening. Next year, Steve Dodge, Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
That's my bold prediction.
Okay.
It's coming. It's got to, either next year or the year after, but I want to put...
Is he old enough?
He's older than us, so yes. He's over 45. He's been in the sport he's been active in disc golf for more than 15 years. Oh, he's still there. Damn. Maybe you heard what I said. Yeah, I think next year or the year after, Steve Dodge, Hall of Fame. That's
Come
my
on,
guess.
nomination committee.
Yeah, I don't know who nominates or who's in charge of nominating, but that's my not so hot spicy take is that Steve will be in next year.
Okay. Sure. Let's go for it. All right, I have text over to Jesse at Trash Panda, and when he becomes available and clicks on the little buttons, hopefully we'll get him all squared up and have him join us. Yeah, okay. Thank you to Steve for joining us. Like we said, he was there for night number one. I'm embarrassed to admit, was Dana officially a part of night number one? Do I have to go look? Does anyone remember? I mean, he was there for
I don't know
to
if he
call
was
in many nights.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was there for night one.
I don't know if he was there for night one because we actually at some point had him and Zoe as our. They're still on our website, by the way. Thanks for being contributors. Yes, they were contributors for us. And I don't know for sure if they actually showed up for night one, but they were there shortly after. I'm so skinny.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Both of us. Don't
it is pretty funny to.
Was it Miles Parkhill too?
No, that's Steve with a very
with the big beard. Oh,
with a big beard and not round glasses. So a little different look for Steve Dodge. And little did we know, podcast one only went an hour and 17 minutes.
I think that was our goal, was to keep it around an hour, is what we had originally
how'd that
said.
work out?
Oh, that did not go well.
All right. Well, things that are going well are the things over at Trash Panda, and leading that charge, our next guest, Jesse Stedman. Jesse, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey, how come you don't text Steve Dodge back?
Awkward. We're going to get right in. We're so hard-hitting here.
We're going to get right into it. Steve says that he's sent you at least 3 or 4 texts, and you've only probably sent him 2. It feels like, as he said, an unbalanced relationship, Jesse.
3, if we do the math, I think 3 and 2, as far as a text thread goes, is a fair amount.
That's true. If it were 9 and 1, then he'd maybe have an actual...
No, Steve is in my top 9 friends for sure.
Okay.
He said I was in his top 8, so sorry, Steve. But
that's what it is.
But guys, 11 years. I have a special. I brought something. I've been saving this in the fridge. You won't believe what I have with me.
Well, you're already better than Steve if you're bringing something.
A Nuglaria spotted cow.
Nice little Wisconsin representation.
Were you able to get that locally, or did you have to have that find a way to get that to where you were?
Yeah, not locally at all.
Okay.
It was a buddy moved from Wisconsin to Colorado. As he was moving, I said, "Bring me a pack." Yeah. He did. So
there you go.
Cheers to 11 years, guys.
Well,
this is insane.
Thank you so
That's
much.
Crazy.
Regardless of what people want, we keep going.
Yeah, I know. They're 11. We wished you were stopping at 3. Here we are. Let's back up just for a moment, and because it's been a minute since we've had you, so and I know you got a lot of good things going on. Let's give anyone who might not be familiar with you and your work. Let's give them the quick update and or introduction. So take it away.
Yeah, my name is Jesse. I own a company called Trash Panda that I started out in my garage. One of my claims to fame is that I'm in Steve Dodge's top 8 friends.
Yes.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he just updated his LinkedIn.
But no, yeah, I started a company in my garage in 2020 after playing. Gosh, I played disc golf at that point for, I think it was around 12 years. I started playing in 2008, and I was the whole time I just remember thinking, man, we're playing outside with plastic. Where's the recycled plastic? And so in 2020, I kind of just waited for a decade for someone else to do something. And there was recycled plastic. It's a big move on it. Mm-hmm. And so I thought, I'll make a disc out of exclusively recycled plastic in my garage. How hard could it be? And it turns out it's impossible. So I prototyped in the garage for around 2 years. And then we released our first disc 2.5 years. So I prototyped for 2.5 years, and then just documented the whole thing on YouTube, shared the story. And, there's been 100, maybe 1,000 things that have happened in the interim, but basically, now we're a full-fledged manufacturer based in Denver, Colorado. We make everything, always have, always will, have made everything from 100% recycled plastic. So super proud of that. And we're having a good time.
And if somebody, and I know that's, I think, easily one of the things that, was the appeal and you drew people in, was with some great video making that you had done and documenting that story. Do you tell people, hey, go start, here's episode 1? Like, if somebody wants the story, is that kind of still the place, or are you like, well, our website's kind of written out pretty nicely. If you want to just read that timeline real quick, like what, how many videos are you at that you feel like really help tell the story? Because I mean, I feel like a new release today, that video is not obviously as crucial as the third time you ever pressed a disc, in your garage.
No, that's a great question. I tell people to go back because the first video looks like trash. I didn't know what I was doing. I was filming on a camera that was 720p max resolution, wouldn't hook up to an external mic, so the audio's terrible. I'm in my garage with the garage door closed. It's an echo chamber. So like, I tell people to go back because it's so easy to watch a video today and be like, oh man, I wish I had that. And if I had that, I would start. And it's like, no, you don't have to have that to start, just start. And that's why I kind of throw people back to the first. I started in my garage. I built an injection machine that operated on my body weight. And to do that, I had to learn how to weld. So the very first video is actually learning how to weld. And if you want a tip for how to go viral in disc golf, maybe don't make a video about how to learn how to weld. So
clever.
All that to say, I just wanted people to know. There's so many things I looked at my whole life leading up to starting Trash Panda where I was like, I wish I had that. I wish I had that. And I just wanted people to have that message from day one of like, I don't have that, but we're going to start anyway. So that was I send people back to the first one, and then I say, watch the first one for 10 seconds, and then stop watching the first one, and then move on to another one that interests you. So, yeah.
Is there a video specifically that you really point to, or I don't want to just say most proud of, but one that, you're like, that's the moment or whatever. Which video is that?
It's like when people ask if I have a favorite disc, and they're like, "You can't do that because it's like your favorite kid," and I'm like, "No, I can. It's the first disc we ever released. It will never not be my favorite disc." I've heard Brad from MVP talk the same way about the Ion, where it's just like you can't beat that one. The video recently for people is, we recycled the disc 10 times to see what would happen. So we made 100 of the same disc. We kept 10 of them. We ground 90 of them down, and we made them again. We then kept 10 of them, ground 80 of them down, and made them again. And we went all the way down until we did 1 versus 10 times recycled. And that took so long. Like, if people don't know already, you have to dry premium plastic for like 2 to 4 hours. For us, it's 4 hours because it's regrind, so it's different sizes. So it's all these different chunks and sizes, and you have to basically dry it for as long as you can. Anyway, it took forever. But the results not only make me proud of like us testing that, but also the fact that when it comes down to it, in the plastics world, a lot of people purport the idea that you can't recycle plastic more than one. And plastic is not, to be clear, plastic is not infinitely recyclable like aluminum is. But the breakdown that we see, in the chemical breakdown we see, is not something we experience until it gets much farther past that time horizon that people aren't open to talking about. So I personally think that story of plastic can't be recycled more than 1 or 2 or 3 times is purported by the people who are selling virgin plastic. And that's exactly what they should be telling people. But I'm going to try anyway. and we threw the same disc 1 versus 10 times recycled, and spoiler alert, it flew the same. So that was a shocking result for us.
Do you get excited when other companies come out with new blends of plastic or new discs? Like, does that get you excited to think, oh, I can't wait to grind that up and try it in my system? Like, whether it's a new glow or, because I mean, in the last 5 years, we've seen the glow plastic just get unbelievably better. It glows for so much better. But do you look at these other plastics and think, oh, that's cool. I can't wait to mix that with something or try that with this, or like a different type of, like the Jawbreaker or something like that. Like, do you get excited to see those? Or
I love disc golf. I don't know. I was a disc golfer for over a decade, and I would play summers during college and high school. It was every day during the summer, and it was multiple rounds, and there were years where it was every day. I am such. So not necessarily answering the question, I just get excited about the new plastic because I'm like, this is so interesting.
Sure.
Now, then when you take it to how can this be done, A, sustainably from the top, or B, how can we recycle this and what does that turn into? Yeah, I get even more excited because it's such interesting technology. And I try to say this a lot, so I'll try to say it at the beginning here, but like, we talk a lot about making a disc out of recycled plastic. Making a disc golf disc is hard, period. Just like disc golf discs break the first rule of injection molding, which is inject from thick to thin. Disc golf discs are the opposite. So all that to say, like, I'm impressed by what everyone's doing. Then when you get into what we're doing, I get excited about how can we push the boundaries with recycled plastic? Because people ask me often, like, how much will you ever run out of sources of recycled plastic? And the truth is the entire disc golf industry could run on recycled plastic and we wouldn't even scrape the surface.
How do professional?
Hey, Steve.
I'm going to take that off so he doesn't.
Hold on. Steve clicked on a button. That's pretty funny.
Have Jesse, if you're listening, please refresh your browser, and hopefully Steve does not accidentally jump on and take the call. This is, I'm surprised. I'm shocked this hasn't happened in the past.
But of course,
11 years
with Steve.
11 years and with Steve that we. That he
It was really scary for a second. I didn't know what was going.
Jeez.
Let me. Steve just texted me and said that was funny.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
Sorry,
sorry about that, Jesse. Steve, your ninth bestest friend, kind of jumped in on the call accidentally.
He's like, I got something to say.
Let me tell you about recycled plastic.
I was like, oh no,
no, not you at all.
Bad. I didn't know what happened.
No, it was Steve. Sometimes we use separate calls. Tonight we didn't, and he jumped. And again, 11 years. I'm shocked it really hasn't happened in the past. So,
all right. So
I missed it.
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, I pulled him off the screen because I didn't know if it was an accident or not. So all suddenly it was just a red room with a really dark looking Steve, almost like a horror movie.
Yes.
And I didn't know what was going on, so I pulled it off screen so that better safe than sorry for everybody.
We might not be FCC regulated, but that was a good way to get kicked off the internet. All right, let's just say that. I don't know what was going on, and we don't need to know.
I think we've told Paul he can do that, but we've never told Steve he can do that.
Yeah.
We've told Macbeth he's welcome to jump.
All right, so we apologize. We'll go back. That's not one way for Dodge to win over favor with you. Let's go back.
You were talking about how the entire industry could run off recycled plastic at this point, and I'm curious about, other than plastic, we see someone like Discraft do things with the rim now. They've got the Buzzsaw rim. Have you ever thought about doing or putting other things into the plastic. I think of like concrete, where we put in obviously, concrete has rebar to strengthen it, or like a mesh, a fiber for you see on countertops to help the tensile strength and things like that. Have you experimented with anything like that, or has the industry, or what?
That's a great question. You can ask Kyle, who runs our manufacturing, what kind of ideas I have and how he has to just kind of tamp them down. I am really excited about where we can go in the future. But the truth is, right now, we are innovating the composition of the disc itself. And I'm not trying to make something that's totally new and unlike anything people have seen before. And I think the Buzzsaw was the release of the year. Like, I think it's such a good release. When I look at my friends who play super casual like I used to, who do not buy new releases and only buy used, what's the one new release they bought? Outside of mine, I would hope.
Yeah.
Buzzsaw. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a fantastic innovation. It's just not what we're innovating right now. Right now, we're innovating the material composition, which is trying to say, hey, you can have a 100% recycled plastic that meets the quality and performance standards of the other discs you see on the market. And what I'm super proud of is, going back to Discraft, like, we've seen a lot of recycled plastic over the years. We haven't seen a lot of 100% recycled plastic in the market. And then you've seen now Prodigy and Discraft have both released their 100% recycled lines, which they have both told me was because of us. And I'm sitting here as a fan, because that our success here is not about Trash Panda doing everything. We say that, like, sustainability isn't about someone doing everything. It's about everyone doing something. And that's ultimately the vision. We had an elementary school class do a tour the other day of the warehouse.
Cool.
And they were from a local school that kind of has like some specialty where they're able to study specific topics. One kid was studying taxes, and I'm worried about him, to be honest. Like, he was so young to be.
Wait, was he looking at your books or what?
No, he was.
I can't get your nose out of there.
He was just like, my specialty is taxes, and I was like, good for you. But there was one thing. Her specialization was overconsumption. She asked the question, what happens to your business if overconsumption ends? And I was like, I end up a disc golfer who gets to throw recycled plastic. And I'm good with that. Like, if we've shown other manufacturers that there is a market for it, and if we have a market for it, even if it's not a crazy market because overconsumption ends, that's great. We're outside playing disc golf with recycled plastic. I'm good. So it's not, I don't think that everyone will seek after the goal that we're seeking after, because I'm a realist. But at the end of the day, like, I'm stoked about this sport, and I'm stoked about making sure that they say the plastic bottles will decompose in 450 years. And as they decompose, they'll release harmful chemicals and toxins into the environment that they're decomposing into. I'm stoked on the idea that people are playing disc golf in 450 years. So that's the discs I'm trying to make at the moment. And will we make some kind of buzzsaw thing, raccoon tail thing? Who knows? Maybe one day.
I was more thinking like just modifications to discs, but yeah, something like that, or things to put into the plastic, like that. But it's similar to what we talked about with Steve, not when he just jumped on, but before. It's like you have the halo effect, and we talked about that with the Pro Tour. How because of the Pro Tour, we are seeing other companies and other jobs being created in our industry because of Trash Panda. We are seeing other companies look at you and be like, well, they may not have done that without you. Like, it might just not have been worth their while, but they see a company who is clearly if you want to look at it strictly from a business perspective, cutting into their bottom line, and they want a piece of that. And it's great that it's helpful to the environment. I mean, it's wonderful that you can sell, recyclability as a that it's a sales point for some people, and that's it warms all of our hearts. It warms my heart. But yeah, you guys, Trash Panda particularly, has had the halo effect with a lot of other companies, and I love to see it. I love to see these things.
Thanks.
As I kind of along those lines with Johnny, I was just going to say, are there times, and you don't have to mention names, are there times you see things happening and they make you either frustrated or cringe or roll your eyes? And I'll use just one example that I'm not claiming is an example, but one thought of that is like the Mega Glow by Discraft right now is, as Johnny was just saying, Glow has had these, incredible upticks. Clearly, Discraft has sourced something and is doing things differently to create this Mega Glow. Their Glow in the past, I don't think this is a secret. Their Glow in the past has been borderline terrible or non-existent in terms of how well it actually glowed. And now this Mega Glow is going into popular disc with popular players. That's all helping it up. But it truly is like almost blinding with how good it glows. I'm not saying that's any more harmful for the environment, as obviously I have no idea. But are there times when you see things such as that, and you, from like a chemical or a recyclable standpoint, kind of like get frustrated or irked or anything like that? Has that happened?
Yeah. It's not the Mega Glow. It's just the plastic. It's like, I was told by so many people when I started that 100% recycled was not possible. Not only inside of disc golf, I was told inside of disc golf, but outside of disc golf as well. And if myself and Kyle and the other people on our team, like Matt, can make a disc out of 100% recycled plastic, and we don't have any experience, and we've learned on the job, and the one thing we have is grit. If that's possible, I look at the other manufacturers and I say, you know so much more than I do. So I know it's possible for you too. So Glow, separate conversation. Just plastic, it's like there's a lot of it out there. And yes, it costs more to make a disc out of recycled plastic. In terms of plastic cost, it is cheaper because the actual regrind or recycled plastic or whatever you're sourcing, or if you're one of these big companies, you're sourcing internally, you're sourcing your waste. It's going to be cheaper. But in the manufacturing, you incur those expenses because it doesn't run consistently. It doesn't run smoothly. But if we can do it, and we don't really, I'm really proud of how much we've learned. But we're still noobs. And if we can do it, so can they. That's my, I don't get frustrated about it because we have different values. We have different goals at the end of the day. Like I'm not here to tell you, Terry, here to tell you, Johnny, what your goals in life are. Like, you have your goals. But I do sit back and go, okay, you can now. Or one thing we heard was early on was there's not a market for recycled plastic. I think we're proving that that's not true. And it's not that it needed to be us to prove that. Someone just had to try. Someone just had to put that foot forward. So Glow is a separate conversation about Glow is super expensive and who's willing to put the most in. That's the Glow conversation.
Sure.
So like that's different.
Yeah.
I think Terry was just talking about like the chemicals that go into Glow, about if the sustainability of that particularly.
Or just no, I guess I still actually just meant just like any quote unquote innovations or differences when someone says we're doing this or we're using that. Have you ever internally like rolled your eyes? And I was just using like how Discraft's, using a different form of glow now as one example. And I'm not saying that should be upsetting. I'm just wondering if there's ever been a claim out there when any of our manufacturers have been like, here's what, we do this. And then they're, putting a marketing campaign around it. And you're like, kind of second guessing it. Even if it's just internally, I wonder if that crosses your mind. Because I would think you'd be skeptical because like you just said, a lot of these other companies in this very capitalistic world have a different set of goals and values than you do.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's necessarily bad, but you have to be second guessing some of the claims is what I'm saying.
It's a yes. Okay.
Okay. All right. It's good.
We'll move
good.
on.
Well, here's my conundrum. I am a marketer by trade. It's hard to distinguish between what's like a manufacturing thing and what's a marketing.
Sure.
And so at the end of the day, if I'm not talking to those people, I don't have an opinion on it because that's the marketing team decided on or what the head of marketing wanted to say or whatever. But if I do have things like that I take pause on, I'm the type to keep them between me, myself, and I. So
yeah, and I wasn't asking you for you to share any specifics with me. I just wondered if internally you're flipping through the magazine, RIP magazine, or you're flipping through the magazine, or you see an ad pop up on Instagram from some manufacturer, and you're like, "What you talking about, Willis?" Like you may be second guessing it a little. That's what I meant. But anyway, and I don't need you to call out anyone. Phone cases, I know, was a moment for you guys, a thing, so to speak, with recycled phone cases. Every day is somebody sending in a, hey, can you make a disc out of this or out of that? Like where are you sourcing both ideas and then actual materials from these days?
So there was a point where Trash Panda, it was hard to get plastic to make a disc out of. Now I turn down at least a truckload of plastic every week.
Wow.
Because we don't have that capacity. And that's what's coming to me. That's why I say we haven't even scraped the surface.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did discs made out of phone cases earlier this year. Terry, I'm so glad you brought that up. I have to say, cheers and thank you. Not kidding. I hope you have so many stories of this in the last 11 years. The guy who reached out to us because he worked at a phone case company that had phone cases that needed to be recycled, because I think of a food product and it molds and stuff like that. I don't think of phone cases molding, but a phone case does have a shelf life because no one's buying the iPhone 6. Whatever. Yeah, 6 case anymore. I'm not kidding. He heard about us because of the last time I came on this show.
Wow.
He heard of us through this show. Isn't that so cool?
It boggles me that there's not a Trash Panda for phone cases. Like, why aren't they taking those phone cases, grinding them up?
Because it's so much cheaper just to make them.
I know.
They're not ethical.
Yeah.
It's cheaper just to make a new one, right?
I know.
My extremely quick version of that is not only is it cheaper, like Terry said, but also because phone cases need to be vertically integrated in the sense that the mold maker is also the manufacturer, is also the plastic supplier, and that only exists in China because Apple and Samsung and whatever are telling you what your case needs to be every single year.
Yep.
That's the quick version. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
That was from the show, though, and guys, I haven't sent you any of those phone case discs, which is kind of a shame. So, I mean, after this,
I'm not saying we're saving the planet, Johnny and I.
Good, don't say that.
I'm not saying we did that, but I'm just saying.
That's great. That's great. So yeah, phone cases was a
Okay.
big one.
Yeah.
We've also been trying some other stuff this year and had some fun with some different things. Our disc recycling program is huge. Like you say, when a company comes out with a new plastic, we're eager to then see that come through our disc recycling program and figure it out. And like a lot of companies' base plastics are similar, and then there's one company and it's totally different. And like we just can't blend those things together in the way you would think, like everyone's doing the same formulation. So that's been really fun. This week in particular, we're doing a series where we make 5 discs in 5 days out of 5 unique plastics or molds or whatever. We tried a disc made with recycled Legos yesterday.
I saw that.
Was the video. Yeah, that was a cool thing that someone had sent me a box of Legos to recycle, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago while I was in my garage. And I was like, I can't, this is super stiff. This would be a terrible disc. I'll never do this. And I kept it in the rafters for some reason. And then we figured out if you take a super soft TPU, which is like a premium plastic, and it's too flexy, but you blend it with a really stiff ABS, you can get that perfect grip and flatness and stiffness. And it created like a Lego swirl. Yeah, anyway, we've it's been really fun to like encounter the different things we can recycle. One, like we have a palette of frisbees, like lids, that are sent in through the disc recycling program, and we never said we recycle lids. But like we'll figure it out one day, and maybe we'll make something out of it, and maybe it won't be a disc because a lid is not a disc, and the plastics are totally different. But who knows? So it's really fun to have that kind of like sky's the limit mentality. And when you're in an industry for long enough, there's a way you do things. And I've just hired a ragtag group of people who haven't been in an industry long enough to say this is how we do it. So we're kind of asking interesting questions to see what can come up. It's been really, really cool. It's been really hard, but it's been really cool.
Someone asked on the board if you had to put a price tag on the Lego disc. How many Legos did it take? And like what is the cost on that? Because I can go, my son has a crap ton of Legos that he occasionally still plays with. But if I go to the Lego store, if I buy a set or if I'm just buying individuals, some of those little pieces are like 30 cents a pop. Like, oh, I want this one little 2x2 or whatever. Like, oh, it's going to be 30 cents.
I'm really happy you asked that because it's not, we don't want to, we did this as a proof of concept with Legos that were literally sent in to recycle, but we don't want to grind up perfectly good Legos.
Yeah, no,
Same way. So we have a disc recycling program. We've been sent at this point a little over 30,000 discs from individuals, retailers, manufacturers. One of those retailers is Steve Dodge, Maple Hill. They've sent us discs to recycle. Call back to Steve. He's the character of the 11th anniversary show, so we can't not bring him back into it. But all of that to say, we've recycled so many discs at this point. But when a disc shows up that's perfectly good, we're not good. We're donating that through Uplay to local schools, anyone who reaches out asking for donations. So same thing goes with Legos. That video was a proof of concept. But in terms of cost, our hope in the long term is that there are companies or brands like, small local companies who resell Legos. And if they come across like a broken piece or something like that, they just put it aside. And then they eventually work with us to just send them in to recycle them. So in terms of cost, it's an R&D cost for, we need to build a process and figure out how this works and grind them in-house and clean them. The Legos in this box had stickers on them and dust, whatever. So like, that's the cost. But technically, I think you asked about the price per Lego, and the hope would be we would be recycling a broken Lego.
Of course.
So it wouldn't cost anything because it's just broken.
How many, do you have an approximate how many Legos went into one disc?
So Legos are super stiff. They're made from
Or
plastic.
Lego, technically. Legos
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not a term. It's Lego. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Lego
Yes.
heads. My bad.
Yeah.
I knew it
Also,
when I said it.
totally. Yep. Also, there's a bunch of comments on the video about it being not Legos. And we knew that, but if we say we made a disc out of recycled Lego, those people who commented would get it, but everyone else, it wouldn't like capture.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're super stiff and they're really brittle. So if we made a disc purely out of recycled Lego, too many spotted cow. If we made a disc out of purely recycled Lego, it would be stiff and brittle and everything.
Yep.
So really it's a small amount. I want to say it was in the 5 to 10% range.
Okay.
But those swirls are going to be the Lego itself. So, and the nice thing for us, quickly I'll say.
No, keep going.
For us, it's, there's a lot of products out there on the market that are not just disc golf, any industry that are 5% recycled, 10% recycled, 15% recycled. For us, it's 100% recycled, period. If it has Lego, maybe that Lego is like a 5% or a 10%, but at the end of the day, the plastic is still 100% recycled across the board.
Yep.
So.
Do you, with all the different blends that you have and all the different discs and other things that come in, the PBGA has pretty strict requirements on like the flexibility, and do you take all that into account? Do you measure that for each run or how does that work?
Yeah, so the PDGA says when you are approved in what you think will be the most stiff plastic you think you'll make to get it approved, which, to be honest, is nonsensical. Because I can send in a super flexible plastic and say it's the most stiff plastic I think I'll make.
Sure.
So if I'm, anyway, I digress. Point being, we are disc golfers. So we know the flexibilities on the market and we know the flexibilities we're after. So when we're sending it to the PDGA, we are trying to send in something that's like at the limit of stiffness, while also saying this feels good and this is something we would actually bag. So, yeah.
I just know they have those rules for safety and things
yeah,
like that,
yeah. I mean, it comes to how sharp it can be, but then also like a pliability test, as to how rigid it is, and it can't be a certain stiffness. And they use
there's a point,
and all this other stuff to test it.
Yeah, there's a point where that stiffness becomes just, we feel it. It doesn't even matter if it doesn't meet the stiffness standard. None of us would bag it. None of us would hold that disc and throw it. So it's a point where like what falls within the range that they're going for also falls within the range that we're used to as disc golfers, and we're trying to make a product that we're used to as disc golfers. So that's why, could we make a disc out of 50% recycled Lego? Sure. Would it never meet the PDGA's technical standards? Absolutely. So we won't do that.
And I apologize if this is out there elsewhere, maybe within a video, but what is there a plastic that you're just dying to get your hands on in we'll say mass quantity that you would love to be recycling? And I know you just said that about the phone cases. Would you like more phone cases? Would you like it if the local such and such plastic company that has a ton of waste was giving you stuff? Like how much are you trying to get outside of discs even in terms of the plastics?
So the majority of what we recycle is outside of discs.
Okay.
I would say, I've never put it to a percentage, but it's by a landslide the majority. Because we've gotten 30,000 discs into recycle. I want to say we're nearing 200,000 discs made, and we've not really we've recycled a bunch of those discs, but we haven't recycled all 30,000 of those discs. Okay. So what's that? 90%, 80%, whatever, over 80%, 90%. To answer your question, no. I turn down plastic every single week. This is my PSA. Don't reach out to me to recycle plastic. I'm good. We've got so much plastic to recycle, and we've got so much in the wings to recycle. I'm somewhat joking because if people have plastic to recycle, please let us know. And especially if someone reaches out to us saying, hey, we want to sell you this plastic, and we say, hey, it's okay, we don't need plastic right now, but if you're going to throw it away, feel free to send it to us, or we'll send a truck to pick it up. That happened this year, and the person was like, hey, I'll sell it to you for this price. And we were like, all good, we don't need it. But if you're going to throw it in a landfill, because for a manufacturer or someone who has that plastic sitting in a warehouse, sometimes that space becomes more valuable than the plastic itself.
Mm-hmm.
If that's going to happen, that person in that instance said, hey, deal. Send a truck. It's yours for free. They were trying to sell it to us for a certain price, and they were like, it's yours. Just send a truck, get it out of our space. That's the plastic we're looking at really closely, because it's the stuff that's actually destined for landfill. If, technically I'm not supposed to say this, but if Nike has plastic, and I'm not supposed to say Nike, but whatever, if Nike has plastic, like we've recycled a bunch of Nike plastic at this point, but like Nike's going to sell that plastic to someone, which means it's not going to end up in a landfill unless they get so overstocked, which means I'm going to see that price go crazy low. And when I see that price go down like crazy, then I'll go, okay, you clearly need space. We can work with you on this, whatever. So scrub that from the record.
Okay. No.
Rewind, delete. We're going.
Insert Steve Dodge. Insert Steve Dodge showing up right here, so nobody sees that or hears that. Let's if we could just go a step back. Recycling, because you already answered one of the questions I was going to ask about, when the discs come in and which ones do you, if they're throwable versus, well, I'll say like in perfectly fine condition. What's the ideal donation? And then, what's the ideal donation look like from you or program? How does the program work?
The ideal donation is any disc that you're not throwing. If you won't throw it, and you want to donate it, great. We will make sure it finds a home.
Any disc you're not throwing, you've got a whole storage shed full of discs you're not throwing.
I collect. Go on.
That's for the 12th anniversary. It's any disc that you're not throwing, in the sense that, like, if you're like, I'll never throw this again, whatever. If you want money for it, you can go to your local shop, and they'll probably buy it for their used bin. But a lot of local shops, then, those discs that don't sell, they filter down, they end up in a bin that comes to us. And we offer discounts to those local shops for their future orders with us on stuff they send our way to recycle. But anything, we will recycle. We love the stuff that can't be thrown again, because we know, like, there's a shop that recently sent us stuff. I don't want to misquote it. I want to say it was from Maverick Disc Golf, but that could be totally wrong. And if it is, blame Steve Dodge. The point being, they had field mice, and all of these discs were like, the rims were chewed off. It was insane. And not only am I hoping those field mice are okay, but I'm so happy we have that program. I know. I'm so happy we have that program, because otherwise those are going in the trash, because no one's recycling discs and no one knows how to recycle them. And actually, when we started the program, I said if people don't have insider knowledge, they don't know how to recycle discs, because what is Z plastic? What is star plastic? It's not a plastic that plastic people or plastic recyclers know of. And what was crazy was, right after that happened, a recycling company in Michigan reached out saying they had been sent discs to recycle, and they had no idea what they were. They didn't know how to recycle them, asked if they could send them to us. So it validated that thought of, it really does take that internal knowledge. So anything is good for us, and we will either recycle it, or we'll make sure it flies again by donating it to schools and everything like that, if it's totally good.
Awesome. Yeah, and that is such a great distinction, because I'm thinking about, as you're saying, somebody may say, well, I'm never going to throw this 1998 DX Gazelle again, right? Like they're not going to throw it. But if it's still in perfectly good enough throwable form, but it's just not for them or not for the local pro shop, it's certainly going to still be good for that 12-year-old who's getting their first fairway driver at a school program, or
who's throwing for the first time.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's where I was. That's such a great distinction in terms of versus the one that's chewed up, has holes in, somehow got ripped in half, whatever the case is. Like those are that much better. Where perfectly good discs aren't ground up and thrown into your hopper, so to speak.
Let's ask the question really bluntly. Like, what is sustainable about me using energy to recycle something that's perfectly good to make something that's perfectly good? I mean, really, that's not accomplishing our goals. I'd rather this disc that is perfectly good, go see it, find another home that it can be used in. And like you mentioned, the 1998 Gazelle, like flippy as can be, but to a 7-year-old who's in PE, throwing a disc for the first time, it's perfect. It's great.
Yeah. Well, and again, there's a little selfish component to this, or wider angle. I'm thinking about all of these growing and thriving countries that are just getting introduced to disc golf on a more serious scale. I think about Cambodia. I think about Thailand. I think about a little bit in Malaysia and Singapore, where and there's obviously lots of other countries that are growing, but I mean really like grassroots, only have a couple courses and would take any disc that still flies. Those are perfect ways for those to get truly recycled and reused without thinking that they need to be ground up and turned into some other disc. That Gazelle is perfect for any kid that's currently in Cambodia, as one that comes to mind.
That's where we have to start doing some math on the carbon footprint of then shipping discs overseas. And I haven't done that math. In terms of just what we do, we donate locally, nationally, because that's where we're asked, and we're out of donation boxes. Like we get asked more than we have boxes for donate. But yeah, that's where it gets really interesting. I was talking with the Paul McVeigh Foundation last year, or maybe the year before, about Kenya, and it's just like, man, getting discs there. Like, how do you ship them there? How do you get them there? Do you make discs there? What does that look like? If you're going to make discs there, where do you source the plastic from? Like, all of that is a real tangible question. So maybe not in the scope of the 11th anniversary. Maybe it's a 22nd anniversary.
I would say we'll do hopefully 14. We'll do a 14th anniversary.
And again, I know I'm getting a little bit specific here, but when I think about some of those scenarios, that's when someone like myself or Aaron, who's on the board, who I know goes to Southeast Asia out of, and he, whether he's in Texas or Minnesota right now or wherever, bringing a suitcase because you're already going, bringing that extra suitcase. As opposed, and it's still, of course, there's a carbon footprint to even. Well, I understand that
the suitcase isn't big enough. We've worked with that with Zoe so many times with Uplay in Africa, and it's just like people can't bring enough suitcases.
Correct.
It's just not enough discs. So it needs to be more discs. That's the problem. Yeah. But yeah, totally. If you're bringing a bag, take one less change of club.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I'm thinking is
bring some discs.
Yeah. I mean, there's been more than on one occasion now in the 7 years or 8 years I've been going to Thailand. There's been on more than once I've taken a suitcase that I've essentially beat to death from just flat out using, and at that point I'm bringing the suitcase filled with a couple dozen extra discs that are donation discs. I'm leaving the suitcase, which they're going to repurpose and reuse and be ecstatic about fixing and using. So I'm leaving the suitcase and the disc behind, and like that's a contribution. And I feel like that's, one way that we go about it, because you're already going, you can then bring those discs over. I agree. And it's just not even from an economical standpoint. Sometimes there's the tariffs or the taxes or whatever. Even if you're shipping over donated goods, are they going to actually arrive? You're talking about customs and other logistics within all these countries, and it costs you $100 to ship over 100 discs or 50 discs. Yeah. Like, where if it's just an extra bag and an extra 50 or 100 discs that go into a suitcase, that's the much more practical and economical way for some of these countries for it just to happen. But anyway, that's all.
Totally. Yeah, no, I was talking to someone this year about the growing possibility of disc golf in China, and that's a really cool potential for the sport to grow. And I believe in sustainability, and there's two big facets to sustainability. One is recycled plastic, and one is locally made. And I maybe shouldn't say this, but like, I don't want people in China to be buying our discs, because there's people making discs in China, like Eric from Yukon, who's a great guy.
Exactly.
Do I want Eric to make discs out of recycled plastic? I don't know. He might already be doing that. Let's make the disc locally in China out of recycled plastic. And I know it, but it's more of I'm not in it. I don't know how to say it without it sounding fluty. So it's just, we're not in it for us. We're all disc golfers at Trash Panda, we're all disc golfers who would love to just play disc golf with recycled plastic, and whatever way that needs to be, whatever way it is to grow the sport sustainably. Maybe, locally made is the way for, courses and players in China, and maybe, other things. Like, it's too simplified to say it's a one size fits all. We're open to just saying, like, there's better, and if tomorrow's better than yesterday, I think we're on a good trajectory.
So you said that this week you are putting out specialty discs, so to speak, Lego, whatever. What is the strangest thing, or maybe you're saving that for the end of the week, that you guys are making a disc out of that we can look forward to? Or the coolest thing, not necessarily strange, cool.
No, that's great. I mean, Lego's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I just said Lego is awesome.
Yes,
I didn't
you did.
say Lego plural as Legos.
Who thought the FCC would show up over the Lego conversation, not over some of the other stuff we have?
Yeah.
Today, so I would say today's disc and then Friday's disc. So today's was released. It was the lightest disc we've ever made, and it came out.
Let's catch.
Yeah, it came out between 114 and 120 grams, and it's recycled flashlight discs. Do you guys remember those discs?
That are the Flash Flight, you mean? Aren't they from Night Eyes?
Yeah, are they Flash Flight?
They're called Flash Flight. No.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel I'm in another tab right now trying to.
I'm almost positive. I'd be willing to bet 10 of your frisbees on it that they were called Flash Flights, thanks to good old Dave Wastebloom over at Night Eyes.
Yeah, Terry's the last guy you want to question on that, probably.
Hey, Terry.
The Flash Flight LED.
You're right. I just looked. You're right.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I didn't have to look. I know I'm right.
Okay, so the Flash
Flight,
which is a whole thing to say. By the way, this is on a. I found this officially on a eBay listing that is listed flashlight, but the picture is clearly flash flight.
Mm-hmm.
It was super light, and it's a totally different plastic than premium or baseline plastic. It's called EV. Very different from there. It feels like premium. It's durable like a base, but it's just so fun. So we made that today, and then this is a weird one. So this is a total spoiler, but Friday's disc. So this Friday is rubber, and there are two types of rubber because Steve Dodge is still trying to wedge his way into this conversation.
Yeah.
one of those types set rubber, and one is a thermoplastic rubber. The difference between thermoset and thermoplastic is that one of those can be ground down and melted down again, and one cannot. So Vibram discs are made from a thermoset rubber, which means it cannot be ground up and melted down again and then recycled. The rubber we made on Friday for this Friday's video is a thermoplastic rubber. So I'm going to say something and it's not going to make sense, and just roll with me. So it is a type of rubber and a type of plastic at the same time. That's it.
Okay. I'm not a material scientist, so I'm going to just go with you.
I'm more of a material girl, thanks to Madonna.
I know you are. So the other kind of plastic, maybe you don't know. We were always told that the Vibram discs were made out of like the same material as the soles of the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean the soles of the shoes are not recyclable at all? They're
So yeah, that's great. That's a great question. We talk about it in the video, but because this is before that, I want to make sure it's clear up front. So when I say it's non-recyclable, that is an industry term to say that it can't be ground and then melted down.
Okay.
The reason it's non-recyclable is because of the melted down part. However, it can be ground and reused or repurposed. Okay. And that's why we see that per fields in playgrounds. And it's, Johnny, you are so close to this rubber every day. It's tires. It's what we're all super used to when it's rubber. So, rubber is typically a thermoset rubber, which can't be melted down again, but it can be repurposed or reused or something like that.
Okay. It's funny because it made me think about visiting Steve way back in the day when we were having the Vibram Open, and then I actually got to walk around and I did a vlog on how Vibram discs were made.
Bro,
did you watch it?
1,000 times. I had a video about how a disc was made except for you. And I think I've told you about this, but no one had this. And I've watched that video time and time again with compression molding.
Okay. Yeah, it's I just put it in the chat, and it was vlog 174, and it was released. I want to let me see if I can quickly find it. I want to say it was like 2013, 2012.
I was going to say 2014, but yeah, 2013.
It says 12 years ago. So crazy.
Older than the pod?
Yeah, I mean,
Terry started the disc golf vlog before the podcast.
Yeah, 2010.
That's
January 2010 is when I started my first ever Disc Golf Guy vlog. And then, and then we were doing live streaming in 2013, 2014. And then Smashbox did the first, podcast, 2014.
So you'd remember, Terry, that they put a little, it looks like a little clay, a little puck into a mold, and then they press it down, and then it sits there for 15 minutes in an oven.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to what I'm sure you've seen on our videos where it's like a little regrind, it goes into an injection machine, takes 60 seconds. Technically, there's more, but, it takes a matter of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a disc. So, yeah, that's the difference between injection molding and compression molding. And I'm sure you've been to however many injection molding companies.
Yeah, it's been interesting that I've seen discs made at a number of companies, and obviously Vibram's was completely different and unique for, as you just described, in the way that they did it. And it's all in the vlog, so if anyone wants to watch it, it's actually really an interesting thing. But then to see the operation in Sweden over at Latitude and what they're doing, and obviously the robotics that are, I feel like they were an industry leader or on the forefront of that, probably along with MVP in terms of those components, and then being at Legacy and watching the injection molding and having it all just a few more manual, but seeing how they were doing it, it's been really interesting to see.
Totally. And we are so much closer to the automation side because the world of injection molding is consistency. There's one word, It's consistency. The mold is designed for consistency. That's why it has water lines. That's why it's designed in certain ways. I could get into that. The injection machine is designed for consistency. That's why it has a million combinations of parameters that you can adjust to make a certain disc a certain way. And then the plastic is designed for consistency. And the second you just pour purely recycled plastic into the machine, you take consistency, you throw it out the window, and you're doing a whole new thing. And so that's our world. Is it's super hard to throw a robot onto a machine because the disc needs to stick on this side so that the robot can grab it from that side.
Mm-hmm.
But for us, it'll stick on this side 99 times out of 100, but then it'll stick on this side. And then the next time it'll fall down 1 out of 100 or 2 out of 100 or whatever it is. So it's all over the place. If I could suggest anyone who wants to start their own business something, I would say don't make a 100% recycled plastic product, performance-based product. It's so complex. It's so tough. And I don't really mean that. I'm doing it and I believe in it and I want it to be a thing. But discs and performance and throwing it against a tree and keeping it going, like it's so complex. But if we can do this, what else is possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think the word that just stuck out to me that you said there is performance. And I think about, today I went to IKEA as an example of all the different types of things that they make and how functional and modular and yet, design, whatever. But what I was just thinking about is we're throwing this disc, which we're, trying to manipulate in these insanely precise ways. But then I think about a plastic tote, right? Like,
Totally.
Does it not have a hole in it? Like, okay, it's probably still then working for us, right? Like, obviously, if it gets dropped at the wrong angle, it does this, it does that. But a plastic tote with a plastic lid, it technically does have some performance component to it, I suppose. But basically, is it still like intact and will it work just fine? And some of those intricacies don't matter nearly as much as when we're talking about
for sure
throwing these through the, in the air with different humidities, different conditions, thrown by different people with different size hands, oils on your fingers, the million things that go into throwing a disc accurately versus, hey, is this plastic tote? And of course there's variances and tolerances there, but
for sure
they got to be a lot easier to fit to maintain.
On top of all of that, a lot of the products you saw today are injection molded. Did you notice or look at the flashing or the parting line on any of them?
No, I did not.
Disc golfers are so close to the product. Mm-hmm. And it's not because there was no product at IKEA that had flashing or a parting line. There were. Mm-hmm. It's that we're so close to the product. And to be honest, I'm good with it. Because if we can do it with the highest of quality standards, that's what I'm saying. What else is possible, right? A really good example is the durometer of plastic. So durometer is the flexibility or the hardness. And a good example would be the plastic that is over molded on the grippy part of a toothbrush. Mm-hmm. That has a specific durometer. If that durometer were to change, would you notice? If it was like a little less flexible or a little more stiff, like it really is super subtle differences and you would never change. You would never notice it. With discs, you notice 1 point of durometer difference. No, it's so minute. It's so plastic suppliers of virgin plastic commit to be within a range of durometer difference. Mm-hmm. So when people are saying that, hey, this run of this disc is different than this run of the same disc, that might be that the company purchased the exact same virgin plastic from a plastic supplier, and the plastic supplier committed a certain range of durometer difference,
Mhm.
and that's it. It comes down to that, and that's it. And if it was 2 points, it would still fly different at 400 plus feet.
Mhm.
So yeah, disc golfers are really close to the product. Whereas, if you're buying a tote at IKEA, it's not gonna, you're not gonna be like, oh, this one feels stiffer and this one feels more flexible.
I like this. One's real
tote.
grippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels good in the hand. Feels good in the
Holds any
hand.
line I put it on.
Yeah, just thinking about seeing these, different products. Yeah, and you're so right in that we're just, for lack of a better term, we're just not nearly as intimate with all these other products as we are
Speak
with
for
this
yourself.
disc that we're trying. That's true. I have seen you in that one room at IKEA. Anyway, so yeah, it's
Never to be allowed again.
huh.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the holidays. You and Trash Panda have, would it be called a Secret Santa? Is that kind of what goes on? Can you, or just a disc exchange, or like how do you define that?
Yeah, Johnny, you have the pass to call it whatever you want.
Oh,
We call it the holiday used disc swap, but you can call it whatever you want.
Wow.
yeah.
It is a disc.
We're gonna keep Santa in Christmas. Damn it.
Same.
Right? Did they say that? Okay,
Something
no.
like that.
Okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So you're on. So this is our 6th annual holiday used disc swap, and it's open right now. And I thought 6 was cool, but then I heard 11, and I was like, oh,
You'll get there.
we got,
Don't worry.
we got work to do. Yeah.
You'll get there.
So we've done a disc swap every year since starting Trash Panda, and it was one idea I had in my garage where I have these used discs that are just collecting dust that I'm not going to throw that disc. I didn't like it, but someone else might like it. So what if we just paired people up all around the world? And I thought the first year 30 people would join. The first year was 330 people, and then it's just grown every year since then. And the idea is quite simple. We pair people up to send a disc to someone, and then you get a disc from someone random. So we don't actually pair it. Like if I was paired with Terry, I don't get a disc from Terry and I send a disc to Terry.
Mhm.
It's I send a disc to Terry, Terry sends a disc to Johnny, Johnny sends a disc to me, or an even broader sense of that. Because we don't want to have it be the thing where I send a really cool package and
Mhm.
Terry. Sorry, let me switch the analogy. I send a really shitty package and Terry sends a really cool package.
It's got that
And then-
98 Gazelle in it.
Yeah. And then Terry reaches out to me. He's like, yo, I sent you something super cool.
Mhm.
And you sent me something that kind of sucks. So we don't do it that way. We make it broader. So it's not you're sending to the person you're getting. But yeah, last year it was 8,188 people in 25 different countries who joined.
Wow.
And it's just a really cool thing for like disc golfers to spread some holiday cheer. The requirement is 1 premium used disc. And every year it just seems like people are just sending more than one because the 3 of us can agree. We have more than one shit sitting on the shelf that we're just ready to send to someone else.
Don't know what you're talking about over there.
I'll tell you live right now what the registration is at so we can know exactly what it's at.
Well,
But
where is this registration you speak of?
it's on our website, trashpandadiscgolf.com. It's super simple. It's the type of thing where it's like sign up for free and then give a disc, get a disc. We try to make it as easy as possible. Logistically, we take care of that. And then all you have to do is just send one and then receive one. So I'm trying to log into Shopify, and Shopify's asking me for. Apologize, I was looking down for a second.
No,
Sorry.
you're good.
Okay.
I'm going to also holiday disc swap right there on the top.
Yeah, the very top on the menu at the top.
Oh my
the
gosh,
menu.
you guys. Okay, last year, so registration is open till the end of this week. Last year we had 8,000. Right now we have 8,175.
Oh,
so
you need
we're
13 more
almost
people.
We're almost past last year, and then we'll keep it going through the end of the week. So super exciting. Yeah.
All right, fine. I'll sign up.
It's free.
Join the swap, Terry.
I'm going to sign you up, Johnny. You better send stuff.
It's totally free. It's a value add. It's not. We're not trying to get anything out of it. It's genuinely like it was born in my garage when I had no product to sell. So it's just like if you have a disc that's collecting dust and you want to send it to someone else and you want to try a new disc for yourself, like it's a cool thing. We also make sure to pair you up or organize. I shouldn't say pair you up because that sounds like you're sending someone. You're sending to someone, they're sending to someone else is sending to you. We make sure to do that within geographic regions. So it's not like, Terry, if you sign up, you're in Wisconsin, you're not going to get assigned someone in Germany, right? We're going to make sure it's closer to home so that there's less of an environmental footprint. And then also, so there's less of a cost on your end. We're not trying to make it so you have to pay $150 to ship something overseas.
to ship a.
Oh,
a
at
$7
SmashBox,
disc.
we do that once in a while. We've got it. We ship something from a giveaway or something.
Yeah,
like
to
that
our
that
dedicated Smashies.
But- so it
Patreon.
means you're
And
more
we
than
do
likely
that-
going to run into someone who you send that 98 Gazelle to.
Yeah, there
True.
you go. If it's not a 98 Gazelle, everyone's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, that's true.
We,
well, I just signed up. I do want to make a, and maybe I already just clicked past it when I signed up moments ago. You should see my name in there. You're committing to at least one used premium disc to send out.
Yep.
Does it have to be used? Is it? Could it be a brand new one that?
Well, it's just something you're not going to throw. Technically, after you buy it, it becomes used.
Okay.
Right?
Said.
All right.
Sorry.
I got nothing to add.
Sorry,
No.
jumped on that one.
No, it's great. It's great. I totally support it. Actually, one year, funny enough, I don't put my last name out there like crazy. Obviously, it's on this pod, but no, it's fine. It's fine. I just don't like. It's not in everything we do.
Yeah.
And so not everyone every year knows that they're assigned me. And if there's someone who's assigned me, they just might not know. And one year I got a brand new disc, clearly never thrown, never anything. And it was so funny because it was just like, oh, the one guy who probably wants like the worst disc out there. Like I'm good with like the worst. It was just so funny, but I have no complaints about the swap. I'm happy to get anything any year. I love the swap. So yeah, it's free. It's not. We're not. Yeah, it's just it's free and it's cool and people love it and that's it. The highlight of this year so far has been someone posted a comment on YouTube and said they got a disc last year that they just got their first ace with ever. And it was through the used disc swap.
Phenomenal.
So that to me is just like such a cool story. And yeah, there's every year there's, someone doesn't receive something because, shipping carriers are super busy during the holidays and stuff gets lost. And like whatever it is, we make it right at the end of the year. So if you don't get anything, we'll make it right. But yeah, we love this event.
I'm going to go on a funny tangent for just a moment and ask, where are some other parts or components or things that you look at for sustainability and recycling on the course besides the obvious, like, oh, pick up the trash and whatever? I guess I look at other equipment. Do you look at a basket and think to yourself, wow, this could be designed better, or I wish we'd use these parts, or is there other course components?
Golf bags, I think of.
Yeah, the type of bench they're using or not, or the garbage cans that they're putting at the course, if we hopefully have them. Like, do you look at other parts of a disc golf course and think, yeah, there's lots of opportunity here too?
Yeah. I think this is going to sound, I've got two opinions, and they might seem trivial, but everyone doing something matters. One is, Terry, and trash on the course. You said it was obvious. I don't think it's obvious to everyone.
True.
I think the reality is there are still so many disc golfers who are out there, and I was one of them for so many years, who would say, oh, why is this trash on the course? And then step right over it, right?
Sure.
Just walk right past it. And so I think trash on the course is a huge one. I remember vividly one year picking up, I think it was over 1,000 pieces of trash on a course. And I was like, I know this course in Denver's where I'm at, has more than 1,000 people a month playing it. If everyone just picked up one piece, then my work would have been moot, right? And so I think picking up trash is a huge one. The other one I would say is single-use plastic water bottles. There was a time where I had, it's tough, like COVID. 2020, 2021, 2022 on the course, pro tour events. Like, can we really have people, like everyone putting their same water bottle spout up to the same spout to get out of? Yeah, there were times where it was tough, but I think realistically, especially when looking at the pro tour, it's like we can use reusable refill stations. And the single difference between using them and not using them is the amount of work it takes. So that's all. So a little more work, and let's make it happen. So I think that's also, I just said pro tour, and I want to make it clear, it's applicable to all of us who play disc golf.
Sure.
It's not just the pro tour. It's if I'm stopping at the gas station on my way in, the single-use water bottle is going to be hot by the time I finish my round. Might as well use a reusable water bottle that has insulation, right? So I think those are my two top picks in terms of just like, of course, I'm going to be the guy who says throw recycled discs. Outside of that, I'm going to be the guy who says pick up one piece of trash. That's all. Like, if we want to start in one place, pick up one piece of trash. If every single disc golfer is picking up one piece of trash, what do the courses look like, right? At the end of the day, like, that does make an impact.
And I don't know if it's more or less at like specific leagues, but I always like the idea of, if you've got a 12 or 14 week league, just every week you designate 2 to 3 people. Guess what? This week, this is your week. Here's a garbage bag. If you see, here's a small bag. Pick up all the garbage you see. It's your week to do that. And next week it'll be Joe's week. And the week after that it'll be Frank's week. And maybe Frank doesn't get any if he's lucky. But just doing that
at every week Frank skips.
Yeah, it's the week
Frank's an
skips.
asshole.
but yeah, just doing that at every single league. And then, if you can do it at the courses where maybe there aren't leagues where you're just playing casually. But I do always leave it better than when you came.
Totally. My only thing to that would be like that could lead to a feeling of drawing the short straw. And I don't think we should treat picking up trash as the you got chores this week as opposed to and I don't think you meant it that way, Johnny.
No, of course, but
as much as like what if it was just you have to pick up, like every league was like, you have to pick up one piece of trash this week, and then someone's going to get awarded for the weirdest piece of trash or something like that. Like, I think make it a bonus, make it an incentive, make it something that's cool, because it is cool. It's cool to pick up trash.
Yeah,
because,
and to wet your pants.
You
can do both.
I got out of my car today, and there was a piece of trash on the ground outside my car at a disc golf course. And it was the type of piece of trash that you don't pick up. And I looked at it, and I was just like, I'm not picking that up. And I had something in my hand that I needed to throw away. And I was like, I know I can use this to pick that up and throw both things away. And if I don't pick that up, now I'm choosing to make it someone else's problem. But the fundamental belief is, and we've said this before, and we probably need to say it more, it doesn't have to be your fault to be your responsibility. That's, I think, if we can make an impact in this sport, that's it. I've never knowingly, intentionally been the person to throw trash on the disc golf course. And most people who are watching this, and the three of us, like, we haven't been those people. But it doesn't have to be my fault to be my responsibility. And I think it's my responsibility to say, I'm still going to pick it up. So.
Yeah, I mean, you've thrown trash rounds, but not necessarily trash.
Terry, why? Why you gotta hit me like that?
Wow. Terry, he's our guest.
Oh yeah, wait. Sorry. Let's get Steve back. We can make fun of him. No, no, I think you've already hit on it, as I stuttered through that. I think you've already hit on it a couple of times, but there is a component to just even doing the smallest thing, even if it's just you doing it once or starting somewhere, because you can't, none of the three of us can, even collectively, can't fix all of the recycling and all of the waste problems in our lifetime, or no matter if we worked on it 24/7, we just can't do it. And that's where I think sometimes it's the defeatist mentality of like, it doesn't really make a difference if I do that. You know, it's just one thing. It's just one bottle. It's just one piece of trash. And I think a lot of times that carries over into like, do you get challenged by anyone ever implying or directly just saying, oh yeah, you're all about recyclability, but you know, are you you know, green, whatever certified, I don't even know the green something or other. LEED certified. Like, you know, do you LEED certified? Do you ever, you know, leave your lights on at Trash Panda for too long? Like, you know what I mean? Like when somebody wants to kind of challenge and get nitpicky about like, well, you're doing this, but they want to challenge you with another component. Is that ever is that criticism you face?
Yes, I won't go into those because yes, we have gotten that criticism, but that's criticism from the person who understands the importance of sustainability. And they're just taking it to the nth degree. And at the end of the day, where I'm at is trying to make the person, or trying to get the person who doesn't think about sustainability to think about sustainability. There was a movie that came out a couple of years ago that did a really good job of making people on one side believe what they already believed and making people on the other side believe what they already believed. And it's like, did we make a difference? As opposed to asking people to say, hey, I've never picked up a piece of trash on the disc golf course, and now I'm going to choose to pick up one piece of trash each round. To me, it's like that criticism comes from someone who already is there, and I'll take it and we'll have that conversation. But at the end of the day, I'd rather have the conversation with someone who hasn't gotten there or who hasn't thought about it to say, let's think about it. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's my mentality.
No, it does. And I do feel like that's a little bit deflating and defeating and frustrating sometimes, is when you're trying to do things and then somebody has to come along and feel like, hey, it's great you're doing this, but you're not doing enough. It's like, okay, and as you're saying...
but everybody can do more. Always. You
can
always do more.
But you're trying to even get somebody to do anything, and I think that is also a good, you know, way to look at it as well.
You guys have been doing something for 11 years. You understand as much as I do, if not 100 times more than I do, that people come along and are deflating to what you're doing. And at the end of the day, we keep going. That's what makes us who we are. So... yeah, it happens for me in that way, happens for you in that way, happens for other people in the other way, right? So,
on that note, what's maybe something exciting that you'd love to, and maybe you've shared it in a video or something already, but what's something that's really exciting about your space that you moved into, where you said, here was an opportunity for us to be smarter and more efficient and environmental, and here's a strategy or a process that we did or improved upon, or a window we fixed that was, you know, had bad, you know, whatever. Like, can you name one or two of those things that you felt like you've tackled?
Yeah, that's super interesting. Let me think through.
The lights you use, the you know, the insulation in your building, like, I just think there's 100 little ways to do it. Is there anything for you?
No, there's a local company called Gridwell that does hard to recycle recycling, and we actually bought the subscription to that for our warehouse, so we can recycle things like batteries and different very hard to recycle, like films or multi-layer plastics and stuff like that. And they have all kinds of different things that make it possible to, every week or every other week they pick up, and we're able to recycle certain things that might not have been recycled otherwise, or we would have been collecting them in a drawer that would have been taking up space to recycle one day once it took up too much space.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a cool one that we're super proud of. And even right now, they go beyond that. Like right now, they're collecting cans for families that might be affected by the SNAP benefits situation. And like, even that is something that we're super proud of, to be able to have that in our warehouse and collect cans and stuff from our employees and whatnot for families in need. So that's one of the things that comes to mind. But anything we have internally that is accumulating that we're noticing, like, yeah, we have our cardboard recycling and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's something that we notice, it's like more so than most, we start to go, how can we solve for that specific thing? So, yeah.
Yeah, I and what led me to think that, I think about a gentleman in our area, hour west of here over in Madison, Mike Beck, was just very proficient or efficient with all of his processes, and at one point within his pro shop, switched to a certain style of lights and did all these like little things within the pro shop that most people would never even honestly think of. I know I would never even think of, but those were all things to just be more efficient and more sustainable for our overall environment. And you love seeing people lean into that, and we all should, but some people really take the bull by the horns.
For sure. I mean, the reality is we could do more, and every day we're trying to be better than the day before. A great example is the disc swap. I mean, it's a really cool thing that gets used discs flying again. But at the end of the day, it's also packages, right? Terry, if you're sending to me, you're sending a package from Wisconsin to Colorado. Like, that's going to be something.
Mm-hmm.
So this year we added that we're actually out of our own pocket offsetting the carbon emissions for every single package shipped in the disc swap. And we don't know. Here's the part where that decision was hard, but we had to make a value-based decision. We don't know how many packages are going to be sent, because we don't know how many people have signed up.
Yeah.
And so we had to calculate it based on a ridiculous amount and say, if it's going to be this, are we still committed to that? And we said yes. So it's one of those things, like, we have the goal of how many people sign up this year. We 3x'd it to say, could we still pay for that if it was the type of thing where it would be that many people? And even then, we're like, it's a values-based decision. So we're trying to do more each year, each month, each day, to just be better than the day before.
Well, let me get just real quick then. Let me ask, when, for your professional opinion on this, when it's UPS and I ship a package, or I'm flying on, we'll say Southwest or United or something, and there's always that little extra button that says, hey, do you want to click on this? Click on this, pay more to offset your carbon emissions or whatever.
Yeah, great question.
Is that bullshit? Or should I be clicking on that?
No, that's a great question.
Like, you say it and I believe you. Southwest tells me and I'm like, I don't know if I believe you guys. Or UPS.
That's a great question. I will answer that question after a short bathroom break, because I had a spotted cow for you guys and I have to go to that.
All right. Yeah, you go do that. You go do that. I was debating if I should.
Wow, geez.
I got a small bladder.
Yeah, I know. I think,
like, can we trust them that it's?
Here's what I think. I think they're probably going to make some sort of donation regardless, because it's probably a tax write-off,
mm-hmm.
and that there's probably a minimum that they're going to hit. And if they go over, cool. Like, is it going to matter to you? I mean, or maybe there's a number they're hitting anyway. I think it would be probably illegal if they're saying, hey, round up for charity, and then they're not giving it to charity. Like, oh well, we gave this much, but something along those lines.
Well, I mean, I think I know there's a lot of questions about. Mm-hmm. Let's just say 10,000 people give them $2 a piece to offset, and they make that $20,000 contribution. Is that just $20,000 less that they're trying to contribute or whatever. Like you're just saying, is there a threshold? And
That's
and
so
is
hard
it,
to say.
Yeah, and is it really, is it going there, so to speak? Are they getting a bigger benefit than as if you didn't even do it yourself, or if you just wrote someone else?
Well,
a
I think
check?
if you wrote someone else a check, you might get the tax benefits as opposed to them getting the tax benefits. I don't know.
I know that's always becomes a question with rounding up at the grocery store of like, oh, we're gonna donate the 67 cents to the Ronald McDonald Fund, and it's like, well, how about I just donate it to them?
Sure,
because I don't trust you.
The hard part is, you in the 67 cents. How are you going to do that? Are you going to go to the Ronald McDonald Foundation and do that? Are you going to send them a 67-cent check, or would you send them $1 or $2
at the end of the year,
as opposed to Pick and Save, which is like, cool. Guess what? We are going to. They have better accounting for things like that.
Allegedly.
So yeah,
all
Jesse's
right.
back.
What do you got, Jesse? Should I be clicking that to offset it for $2.33 more when I am taking a flight?
So I will tell you what I know, and I won't speak to Southwest specifically.
Of course not.
I will speak to the issues at hand with carbon offsetting. There's two major issues with carbon offsetting. One is there are companies who have said they're carbon offsetting, and they're really saying they're doing something, but that's not being vetted. And so ultimately, the amount being paid to carbon offset is not equaling the amount actually being carbon offset. The second problem is major corporations who are committing to sustainability and saying we're paying to carbon offset this thing. This is where these two connect. However, the big corporation is going to pay the cheapest amount possible. And the company that's going to offer the cheapest amount possible for carbon offsetting is the one that's going to probably flex their values the most. Mm-hmm. So that is the kind of conundrum in the carbon offsetting world. Someone on our team went through and thoroughly vet the company that we're carbon offsetting this year as far as the packages and the disc swap. So we feel great about that. And we feel like we're doing our work there. And we actually carbon offset every single package that's shipped from our warehouse for everything. We're an e-commerce brand at the end of the day. So there's packages going out daily, lots of them. And we're paying out of our own pocket for that as well. We vet that. We've done that work. I can't talk to Southwest. The reality is there's a world in which Southwest has done none of that. And there's a world in which Southwest has done all of that. And I don't know. So I've given you no tip as to whether to click that button. But
do you trust the company? I mean, that's what it comes down to. Do you?
Honestly,
you may never know.
Though, that's where I think the truth is, like, do the research, do the work. Because if you look at our YouTube channel and if you look at what we do as a company, we try to be as transparent as possible. Because we believe that transparency and authenticity are actually hand in hand with sustainability. If you don't see what we're doing, how do you know? And if you can't trust what we're doing that you see, how do you know what we're choosing behind closed doors? We want it to be the type of thing as far as Trash Panda where it's like, if a company or if an individual thinks about us and says, oh, what are they choosing when I'm not looking? They're like, oh, I know they're choosing the right option because I've seen what they've done. Mm-hmm. So I guess I do have the tip. The tip is, when it comes to Southwest, is do the research. Look, Google it, check out on YouTube, like see what kind of videos you can find that are talking about those things. And maybe it's total bullshit and maybe it's totally valid. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess for some reason, and maybe this is a stupid way to look at it, I always feel like, hey, you've just charged me for said product or service, and now you want me to pay you more to offset the service I'm using of yours. Why don't you just do things better in the first place and bake that into the price then, or whatever? Like, there's another way to look at it, I guess.
Because especially in travel, every penny counts, because so many times everybody's choosing to travel based on the lowest cost. So even those extra $2 to $3, then they're probably not getting taxed on them. And if there's a flight that's around the same time, around the same miles, and you're getting it $2 cheaper, some people are going to take that $2 you know, and if they don't have to put that on their bottom line, and then they can just ask you later, hey Terry, you want to give us that $2? You know, it might be cynical, but
Well, I think what you just described is a company that's focused on the bottom line.
yeah,
And realistically, most are.
Mhm.
And that's okay. Like that's the decision they made. I can't make that decision for them. But I can make a decision for the company that I run. So that's where like it's hard to I try to look at these other ones and evaluate what I can use and everything like that. But at the end of the day, like I know where we stand and who we are. But yeah, at the end of the day, like certain companies are just they're public companies. They've got to report a profit to shareholders, and like that's what they have to do. I'm not saying that's okay in like certain situations, but certain decisions are made from that lens. And that's the question, is what lens are companies making decisions out of?
so that's Terry's homework. Southwest
I
carbon footprint.
I always get like mad when I see it though.
No. That's your homework, is to find out
Yeah, what they're doing with it.
What
Is it
they're doing.
legit?
See if you can go down the rabbit hole and find out Southwest's carbon footprint, what they're donating every year, and to whom, and to the company that they're doing it to. Maybe you can find it. Maybe you can't. I don't know.
Yeah, it might make you more stoked about Southwest, and it might make you more pissed off.
Yeah,
You might be on either end. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna hear from me, one way or another. Anyway, all right, pal. We barely scratched the surface of your diss, but dare I ask, like, how does the next mold get developed? What's in the hopper?
Yeah.
It's funny. Hopper is a phrase that you guys would use, right? Yeah. So what's in the hopper for you guys that the people should be excited about, disc wise?
We're dropping a new disc tomorrow.
What?
So that's unknown. First disc ever was called the Inner Core, and that's the one I mentioned earlier, where it's like when people ask if I have a favorite disc, they're like, "Oh, I can't ask you that." I'm like, "No, you can. It's the Inner Core."
Mm-hmm.
When we released that disc, it's a beadless putter. I told the team, beaded inner core equals outer core. That's got to happen at some point. And so that's actually dropping tomorrow, which is really exciting. That's super short term. In the long term, we take a pretty slow approach to disc releases. Like this year, we've released 3 discs, which to us feels like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Lone Star, it's chump change. So like at the end of the day, it just depends on where you're at. Even for the big manufacturers, like it's 3 discs is very, very minimal. And so we're like taking our time. Turtle versus the hare, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We're just like, we're not trying to go fast. We're excited about what's next. But yeah, the development of molds is a super interesting, it's and super problematic process for us, because molds are built in China, and we're trying not to do that. And it just, it creates problems downstream for us, but we're trying to tackle those problems. So I don't know when the next mold is after this. This one is tomorrow, so you're catching me at the time where it's like, I know when this one is, but I don't know when the next one is. But it's in the hopper, if you will, and we're working on it. So We'll see. Yeah.
Okay,
that's awesome.
Maybe it's a silly question, and are you selling as many discs as you want to be? Like, I mean,
No.
You don't want to put yourself out of business, but you want everybody throwing recycled plastic, so you want everybody else to go out of business, or you want all their discs that they're not making.
No, remember they're not using discs a lot, so they're using other plastics. So
yeah,
that wouldn't really matter.
I'm trying to figure out the right model
Terry,
here.
I love the question. I love that question. We are. There's two questions there. Making as many discs as I want to be, or selling as many discs as I want to be, and am I recycling as much plastic as I want to be? And on one side of that, there's are we selling as many discs as we want to be? Yeah, we're a sustainable business. Like we're good. We're like, it hasn't been easy, and disc golf has been through its ups and downs in the past few years, and we're figuring it out, and we're working harder than we've ever worked on it. So it's not just come to us, and it's been, I don't do a good job of showing this publicly, but it's been, whatever the definition of hard is, take it up a notch. It's been that. And you guys know that. Like, you guys have done your fair share of that. We all have. That's life. But in terms of selling as many discs as we want to be, like, I just want to be able to pay my employees. Like, I want to be able to pay the overhead and keep this thing going. So it's not about selling as many as I want to be. The question for me is, are we recycling as much plastic as I want to be? And we're turning down plastic every week. So that's where I'm like, I'd love to be able to just not turn one of those down and recycle more. So yeah, there's a lot of it out there. And yeah,
it's just funny where your model is, right? Well, it's not funny where it is. I love where it is, but in the sense of like the overall business structure of, we want more people playing disc golf, but we only want so many pieces of plastic maybe out there, but all the plastic that is out there, we want it to be recycled plastic, but that's not going to be practical from all the other manufacturers. That's largely from your manufacturing plant. Like,
that's my realist, to be fair. They can.
Well, I understand it can be, but it's not. Let's be real, it's not going to be.
Yeah. But they can. And
sure.
I'm young and hopeful and naive. And I believe in a future where we actually choose what's right, not just what's cheap.
Well, that's adorable of you. How young are you? I mean, come on.
Talk to me at 11 years and we'll decide.
Okay. I mean, again, love it. Yeah, there's, like you said, there's the real practicalities of it all.
I was gonna say real quick, I'm super naive on this, like a lot of things. Is biodegradable plastic like a thing that you are in? Like, you said that most plastic's 450 years. Do we have a plastic that's 25 years? That doesn't that doesn't sit, and then, you know, the PFAs and the chemicals and all this other stuff. Something that's
what defines biodegradable too, then, with plastic?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh yeah, that's okay. So you're lucky I used the bathroom, so we're good to go. I'm ready for another 2 hours. Let's do this thing. So, biodegradable plastic is there's clarity that needs to be made there. So there's plastic. There's just the plastic we know, which is a petroleum-based, or like a crude oil-based, which is a non-renewable resource. There's also something we've heard of, all of us, which is bioplastic, which is the renewable resource-based plastic, which is coming from like a vegetable oil or something like that. In disc golf, we've seen that through Planty from Clash. Before them, it was Ecoplastic with Latitude. There have been different versions of a bioplastic. Now, the interesting thing is, bioplastic sounds like an abbreviation of biodegradable plastic. It is not an abbreviation of biodegradable plastic. When we get into biodegradable plastic, that's now going to be a different thing that is engineered to biodegrade, where a plastic, a typical crude oil-based plastic, is going to decompose, but while it decomposes, it's going to release harmful toxins and chemicals into the atmosphere or environment that it's in. As far as a biodegradable plastic, there are also going to be different versions of this. There's going to be the biodegradable plastic. Anytime you think plastic's easy, and I'm trying to summarize it as best possible right here, but it's harder than even this. Plastics will just, if you're in plastics manufacturing, anytime you think it's easy, it just slaps you in the face and it's like, please. So biodegradable plastic there are types of biodegradable plastic that will biodegrade in a biodegrading facility, which means at a certain humidity and temperature, etc., in this environment, it will biodegrade. But if you just left it out in the Wisconsin winter, in the, oh my gosh, you guys, my second ace ever was in Howard, Wisconsin.
Up in Green Bay?
With an Innova Groove.
Wow.
Hitting all
Throwbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, hits all of them. Anyway, so if I'd lost that groove on that throw and it was just sitting on the side of the creek or whatever, that wouldn't necessarily biodegrade if it was a biodegrading plastic that would be biodegrading in a biofacility. There are also compostable plastics. Again, we get into those things. And then there are such biodegradable plastics that are currently in like significant development, and some have been developed that will biodegrade in nature. Mm-hmm. Now, after all of that, so we've gone a long way down a rabbit hole, and then we have to ask the question, does that specific type of plastic make a good golf dip? And the answer, it's the same conversation as...
Wait, real quick. Sorry, real quick. You said you glitched just as you said. The answer is correct. And then you had nothing. So I'm sorry, say that again.
Why don't we just leave it a mystery?
Oh, tune in next week.
Sorry, the answer is no. Currently, it does not. It's the same conversation years ago. I don't know if you guys remember, like maybe 5 years ago or plus, when 3D printed discs first came up, and they were all PLA. So they cracked when they hit a tree, and we were like, "Oh, you can't make a disc golf disc out of out of 3D printed disc. You can't make a 3D printed disc golf disc." The truth is, it was the material. Once we got to a TPU 3D printed disc, now we got into a different thing that was more durable. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying I have a conclusion there, but the truth about the bio and biodegrading plastic world and compostable, there's a lot to be had there. The concern we have is there are currently usable materials ending up in landfills. Yeah. So let's use those first. So whether biodegradable, biofacility, compostable, whatever it is, whether those plastics work, they have to be created. Mm-hmm. They have not been created, and they have to be created. If we're paying someone to make that for us, they're making it new. And the thing is, there's a resource out there that exists that's going to end up in a landfill that we could use that's already been created. So let's use that first. That's our mentality. So
no, yeah, and that's great. And I figured you would be one to know of plastic, so to speak, or I was thinking, well, you're right. When I said bioplastic or biodegradable plastic, I was thinking more compost than anything else. Something, again, that would last X number of years. Because let's be honest, if you're using a disc, more than likely, unless you're Nate Doss, you're not getting more than 5 years out of a disc, usually, because you're beating it up, it's hitting trees. At some point, it becomes the Played Again sports disc you give away. I would, in a dream fantasy, I would love to say, like, I don't have to worry about this because in 25 years, it's going to deteriorate and not harm anything. But as we know, that's not real. That doesn't exist truly in our sport yet. But
yeah, hey, if you're not Nate Doss, join the holiday use disc swap. You can send it to someone else as long as it's not super beat up. Like.
Oh, Nate has plenty of good discs he could send if he wanted to join. So ones that he's not using. Just the ones in his bag are the ones that he keeps forever.
True, Nate can join too.
That's right.
Yeah, there was a company in disc golf that was working on a biodegradable disc that had gotten talked about a little bit. They haven't talked about it in a year. So there's not really much information out there. Maybe they're just in the middle of R&D. But I've been in contact with them, and I haven't heard anything. So We'll see. I'm not against the idea. Immediately, people think, "Oh, biodegradable disc. That sounds like it's just going to beat up super fast." Mm-hmm. I don't think that's the case. I think there's a world in which there's a good one that can, but I think we're a ways away from that. Yeah,
and it doesn't necessarily. I know we've been saying the word plastic. It doesn't have to be plastic. It could be some other material that we could be looking at that's biodegradable or something along some. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it exists, but
What material are you thinking of?
I have no clue. That's just it. I mean, we've seen. I mean, Innova played with wood fibers in discs for a while, so things like that, like mixing, figuring out the right formula or mixture in order to have something that is obviously performance. You're able to have your performance, and we'll say more environmentally friendly than what we are using new currently. So those people that do want to, or those companies that do maybe want to use new material can do that in an environmentally friendly way. And then you can continue your, like, oh, hey, guess what? We're going to continue to use this recycled plastic. But it would be great if everybody else went to this new material that doesn't really exist yet. But yeah, I have no idea. I'm not a material. I'm trying to push my kid into material sciences a little bit. So maybe that might work.
Maybe he's the future.
Maybe. Yeah.
Or she? Did you say he?
I did.
Did
say
I
he.
just assume?
No. I did say he. I said he.
Okay,
yes.
cool.
Yes.
Sorry,
I said
just
he.
had a little
Push
freak
your
out.
son into Did do you? Of course, your concern currently is recycling plastics for the discs. Do you think then? Well, let me rephrase this. Is there a material that you're excited to try to turn into a disc that's outside of the kind of obvious plastic variations of plastics?
I've got one that I'm really excited about that I can't talk about yet. So we're working on it right now, but I'm sorry.
No, that's good. That's
my
good.
mind's gonna go there, but like we're always working on the next thing. So the one though that's timely was like trying the Lego and then trying, a form of rubber. And then maybe one day we have a compression molding machine and we can work with recycled thermoset rubber. There's a lot that excites me, but we also have, are we at 6 discs now?
You can say them out loud.
Yeah,
People
six discs. So tomorrow we'll have 6 discs out there. We still have plenty of space in terms of just molds. Mm-hmm. So materials, we're just trying to make a comparable material, competition-worthy material that people don't look at and go, oh, this was recycled, so it feels like this or that, the other thing. But they go, oh, this is just as good. And oh, it happens to be recycled. I feel great about it. I met someone on the course. I didn't really meet them. They played through as Bodanza and I were filming something. They commented locally on a Facebook thread after this, so I feel bad for saying this, but they were playing through, and she had a disc in her hands, and I was like, "What disc is that?" Because it had no stamp on the top. And I was like, I know that's an ozone from as far as I am away, which is one of our discs. And I was like, what disc is that? And she said, it's an ozone. She was like, I've been loving it. I initially got it because like if I throw it in the water, no big deal. It gets recycled, or it's already recycled. But I've actually been loving this disc. She said that to me, and she had no idea who I was.
Uh-huh.
That meant the world to me. The fact that she had no idea who I was, like it just means what we're doing is making an impact, and it shouldn't stop at me. It should go so much farther. And so, yeah, it's been a really cool, like, I feel like that's where we're at, is not trying to innovate new materials as much as bring what we're doing to an equal level with competition that's out there. So, yeah.
Okay. This might be a naive question. I feel like I should know this, but I don't. Custom stamping?
Yeah, no, good question. It's not naive. We currently don't do it because when I first encountered hot foil stamping, which is the traditional way of stamping custom discs, mm-hmm. I looked at it and I saw a lot of foil being thrown away. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to figure out how to do some kind of customization that is able to match that.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we've seen e-commerce direct to consumer side of things, but as far as retail is concerned, when you walk into a shop, our discs don't stand out like the other ones because a hot foil stamp is catching your eye.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to figure out a solution for that. We're probably a year out, maybe a little more from finding something there. But we're trying to find a sustainable solution. And there might be something in the world of hot foil stamping if I can figure out the recyclability of it and everything there. I've had some really interesting conversations about it in the past couple weeks. I actually ended up going and attending an expo all about customization on different, like transfer of logo to product on any type of material, and met with a ton of different companies. So we'll figure something out there. But when I first encountered foil stamping, I just saw so much waste being created that was very, very hard to recycle. And when something is hard to recycle, that means it doesn't get recycled.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they say this is hard to recycle, but you can put it in your recycling bin, it's not going to get recycled.
Yeah.
As much as that sucks, we got to shoot it straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of those things. So, yeah, we'll figure it out one day. But for now, our discs are blank on top, and we do a thing called ghost stamping, where we do the same effect as a foil stamp, but we just don't use the foil. So it creates a customization, but it's a ghost. It's not as easy to see from across the store.
Scary stuff.
Your daughter's color. Send them out there. They can just sing color on every disc. You know?
Yeah. We're yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and it's so funny to think about. Not funny is not the word. What a realization when you do look at foil stamping and you're using essentially a sheet, or we'll say like even a 9x9 sheet, even if it's almost the exact size of the disc.
You're using 10% of it,
and you're using just the tiniest little bit.
Yeah.
And how much of that, and even I was just thinking, even if you got a stamp, the way the stamp machines currently are, and they're pretty much industry standard across the board because they're not used for just discs, is just the fact that you've got essentially a rectangular sheet of foil coming through, and you're stamping in a either circular motion or even just a little portion of a circular disc, and how much that gets taken out of. And like you said, the amount of waste that's just with every single foil stamp that goes by.
It's been 2 years since the past time we talked. So maybe in 2 years, we'll have the conversation about what we figured out here.
Yeah.
I started out looking at the waste going, there's got to be a better way. And where I'm at now is, well, even if I find a better way, all of that waste is still being created. So how can I solve that problem?
Mm-hmm.
Because all of these companies in disc golf are still foil stamping, and where is that excess foil? Where is that spent foil going? If we can solve something there, I'm really stoked about recycling plastic from any industry. But if it's disc golf plastic, or if it's disc golf waste that's going to end up in a landfill, we want to figure out how to recycle that too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure that one out right now. You've caught me mid R&D, so don't have the answer.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like,
I like a report on my desk next Monday.
I think it's really. I think it's funny that you, and funny again is not the right word, that you're looking at other people in our industry and saying, how can I take their waste?
How can I clean you up?
How can I clean you up? Because you're right. If you found something, a new way to put an image on a stamp, an image on a disc, whether that's like a Dimax or whatever, like how another way to do it, I would wonder if it's, quote unquote, better if these other companies are going to look at it and go like, oh yeah, we'll all convert to that.
Yeah.
Or if, or if, and we'll stop doing what we're doing. Or if foil stamps, because we know that, go to any collector's group and you're going to hear about the different types of, I couldn't tell you more than 2 types of foils. And there are people that can name off all 20 foils that Innova probably sells and the values of them and what they prefer and which ones shine better and this one works better when I wash it in my bathtub and whatever they're doing to their foils. Like it is an amazing thing. But if you can find something better, as someone on the board says, dyes, dyeing your discs, but
that's chemical, and there's waste in that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to be the Debbie Downer of disc golf.
Of course.
I want to be the person who says, this might be a problem, let's solve this. This is something, let's find a solution to this. It's not like our take on foil and our take on stamping is not it's not the Debbie Downer thing. Like, we've all encountered the street corner preacher who's talking about sustainability, and that's not who we are trying to be. That's not who we want to be, because sustainability is a very real thing where it's like, we could all just pick up one piece of trash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Great conversation. Let's move on. Let's do that. And then maybe tomorrow we pick up 2 pieces of trash. Right. And so there's a realism I feel, but we're not trying to just be a downer. It's a very real, let's solve some problems. Like, let's look at what we got, and it's in its truest, like, most like concentrated form. It's me as a disc golfer for over a decade who just loves this sport. And it's, how can we make it better in the future? And you guys kind of talked about it earlier with Steve at the very beginning. Like, 11 years is insane. That's crazy. And it's more than 11 years on the channel. And the fact of the matter is, I stand on your shoulders. And you stand on someone's shoulders before you. And someone's standing on our shoulders after us. If we can just look at the sport that way, it makes me feel smaller in a good way, where it's like, I'm just playing a part, and all I want for disc golf is better tomorrow. Because I love throwing a frisbee in the woods and thinking it's going to fly like this, and then it flying exactly like I thought it was, and just like nailing that shot, and then missing the putt. I don't love missing the putt, but like, I love this sport, and that's the fundamental. So I hope in the conversation we've had, it doesn't come across as a negativity towards it, because it's not that. It's better tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's funny, because I say that's what I've gotten, and I've gotten positivity out of it.
Yeah,
that we can always do things better, not pointing at somebody else and saying, why are you doing things the way you're doing them? Always looking for a solution, I think is a better way to look at it. Like, hey, we can be a better community, we can be a better sport, we can always improve. There's, no matter what we do, there can always be improvements.
For sure.
All right, so agree or disagree with me on this one?
Probably disagree, because that's just a good bet to start out with.
It drives me crazy.
Disagree.
When some players, I won't name any names, when some players are trying to get a better, we'll say, dry their hand or get a better grip for their disc, and you see them put their hand on the ground, kind of rub it on the ground, but that's not going to do it because it's a little moist there. So they take their foot and they dig their foot, they jab their toes into the ground to get to the dirt, and then they rub their hand in that dirt. So they're basically like kicking up a little bit of grass, getting out of the way so they can get their hand into that dirt. Should they stop that? Can we stop that?
Wow, that's pretty specific.
Yeah,
like, you're tearing up the grass. Like, yeah. I'm not going as far as like, hey, you lean over and you grab a couple blades of grass, you pull them out of the ground and you throw them up in the air because you're checking the wind.
Which technically you should not do in front of you.
In theory, right?
You should do it behind you.
But even like, you're at the back of the tee and you're like, man, I really need to get a good grip on my disc. I don't have a birdie bag, a chalk bag, a bogey free bag, whatever, insert mitten bag, whatever. So you dig your foot into the ground right behind the tee, usually, the cement tee pad, and then you rub your hand in that dirt that you've just found. I mean, can we stop that? You agree?
We've gone beyond. We've gone beyond Trash Panda now. These are things Terry hates. Do you hate them too, Jesse? Do you hate the things I hate?
Just saying. Like, you're intentionally accelerating an erosion problem.
I was at putting league last night. They didn't like it when I did that on their floor. I
On the
kicked
concrete floor.
I kicked until I got to dirt, and
Just
they didn't
saying,
appreciate
right?
that.
Like, do we hate this? You agree?
I've no comment on the subject. I'm sorry.
You call yourself sustainable.
This is from a guy who has to watch 1,000 players a year and picks up a lot of their little quirks, and like, why do you do that?
No, I understand why they do it.
No, I know
I
it.
just like from a like, and again, I'm a course designer. I sometimes answer to the parks department. And what happens when I go to a parks department and I'm sitting in front of a panel of 9 parks people, and they're like, oh, well, we hear this about disc golf, and what about litter? What about trash? What about loud people? What about people smoking joints in the woods? Whatever. I've answered literally every question there is. And then one gets brought up, well, the course down the road, we see the paths get worn out. There's people that are traipsing through the woods. They're killing the fauna. They're doing all this other stuff. They're chasing deer out of the park, whatever, because we now have a disc golf course. And then erosion is a very serious and very legitimate concern.
That is, yeah.
Hard-packed earth, trails, courses, pins, hillsides, all of these things. So, erosion is something I genuinely do think about. And I'm watching people dig into the dirt to, try and dry their hand.
Do you know what Joel Freeman does?
No. I'm trying to think of his routine. Does he?
He has a bag of dirt. I don't know where he got it. It was either Colorado or Arizona, and he has a bag of dirt. It's not even a chalk bag. It's a bag of straight dirt.
Sure.
He grabs that, and I support that. So maybe that's my take.
Lots of players, not lots, a handful of players do that. They have dirt from a certain course or area or whatever, and they bring that along.
It's something that your hand is used to, that
Sure.
Because the Colorado dirt might be different than the North Carolina dirt.
And my humidity and hands are different than yours, and I get that. I just don't feel like right behind the tee, which is already a high traffic area, should you be digging your foot in? There's a reason we have you replace divots out on the course, out on a ball golf course. Lots of reasons, but one of which is you don't want to tear up an area. I don't know.
next time you're on the course, get some dirt, put it in a little bag, grab it from right behind the tee pad, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, with that, I don't believe in any of your policies. You're not. No. I'm just kidding. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I mean, you've already given us plenty of wisdom. I don't know if you need to give us any more. If you have any more wisdom or parting shots, we'd love to hear it.
I've got nothing. I commend you guys for 11 years. There's very few things in my life I've done for 11 years. I think I'll speak just for my generation and the generation below me of that is admirable. We should look towards that with excitement and trying to achieve the same thing, because that's a big deal. So 11, oh my gosh, it's a golden anniversary.
11/11 on 11th on 11/11.
I just looked at I looked at the date.
I didn't even think about that.
I did earlier.
Oh, did you? I didn't think about
that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and we're going for 11 hours tonight. So buckle up, Jesse.
Give me a couple more bathroom breaks and I'm good.
A few more spotted cows.
No, I genuinely, when you told me it was 11 years tonight, I was like, that is so cool. That is, I don't take enough time in what I do to pause and look at where it's been. And that's in 5 years, a little over 5 years now. I hope you guys take a moment to just look at it and be proud, because that's a big deal. And this sport is going in directions that are shaped by those of us who are invested into it. And no one would argue that you guys are not two people who are invested in it. So yeah, keep going. It's awesome.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you for everything that you're doing. As we know, you're tackling problems and concerns that most of us don't even really probably even think about. And so that makes you a hero on a number of levels, that you're doing it, you're living it, you're being it, and politely encouraging others to at least think about it and do something, even if it's incremental. Something's better than nothing. And for that, we're hopefully all having a better place to live and to play this super fun sport that's brought us all together. Like, what a crazy world we're already in. So
yeah, and here's to our grandkids playing, right? Like, and our great grandkids. That's the hope. Like, we don't want disc golf to stop with us. That would be stupid. I look at golf and like, when was St. Andrews? Like 1500?
Something like that.
Yeah, 400 years ago.
Yeah. They got, like, we need that. We need that for this sport, just to have such a core of so long playing this sport. So, let's keep it going.
Looking forward to it. One of these days, especially since Denver is a common stopping layover spot for me, one of these days I want to come out there and visit and check out everything you guys have going on. But keep doing what you're doing. And it's been so great having you tonight. Maybe for, year 22 or whatever. Well, we'll have you on before that, but we will. You're welcome here anytime.
At a minimum, I expect to be here for year 22. So,
all right. Well,
at a minimum, but we'll get you on whenever the next disc releases. We got one coming tomorrow.
Whenever.
Yep. What is it again? Core. It's the Outer Core.
Yeah.
After the Outer Core, whenever your next disc comes out, let us know. We'll get you on. We want to promote that.
Or anytime.
Anytime, for sure. But
you're welcome.
I promise it will be at least before year 22.
All right. We'll hold you to it.
All right, Swift. All right, Jesse from Trash Panda. We appreciate it. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks.
And get some sleep, man. We'll see you tomorrow or the next day.
Good night, Jesse.
All right. What a good guy.
Jesse Stedman from Trash Panda.
Don't dox him. He already said he lives in Denver. Now we know his last name. Jeez.
Maybe. Oh, man. I mean, he was drinking a spotted cow for us. How nice is that?
Yes. That was definitely on our behalf. I don't think he was just going to enjoy those on his own.
No. I mean, it helps to enjoy it representation with someone from Wisconsin, even though I don't drink that.
We can appreciate that. Speaking of which, I do appreciate you were there. I didn't even see you last night, so I appreciate that even more. You managed to get yourself over to the OPE putting league last night?
I did. Thankfully, I was able to get there. I left work at 4 o'clock. I was able to get there just before 4:30. I did a little bit of practice putting, and then 5 of us went out and did the rounds. I literally finished up my round. I had to be back to my house by, in theory, no later than 6, because my wife was leaving. So I need someone here. We need someone here for my daughter usually. And so I got done at, I think, 5:15 putting time, and I turned to the guys. I said, "Cool, good rounds. I gotta go." And they all looked at me like, "Dude, like already? You're not gonna hang out?" I'm like, "I can't. Literally, I can't. Like, it doesn't work that way for me." I'm hoping that in the future it will be able to work. You did make it last night at some point?
I did. Thankfully, I missed you.
Yep. Thankfully, I missed you as well. I get to see you tonight. I don't know. Do you know what I shot?
No.
Do you know what you shot?
30. And I only know that because there's 3 rounds, and I did 10, 10, and 10.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
I mean, I was at 34.
Oh, wow.
So, that much more impressive.
Yeah. So you made 3 putts more than me, arguably, depending on
how it's pointed.
Sure.
Correct. The best score in our group was Andrew Pecunia, who shot a 44.
Which I would assume went on to win. I didn't look.
I don't know. It was a solid score. He was on. It's nothing you could. And I saw 2 of them that were dead center spits, where you're like, okay, this is his 3rd one, smash, and it spits. You're like, what in the? But that's putting league. You're putting from weird angles, and the way and his putting style particularly maybe lends a little bit to.
My only claim to fame would be that there's any fame in it.
There is none.
I was perfect on station 3, which is the
that's the behind the bush?
Yeah, behind the bush, which I heard
that
your
is the
shot. I heard about your shot, by the way. That you hit the
I was like, that was a warm up. We were practicing.
Still, I don't know.
And
you should lose like 20 points for that.
So there is a pull tab machine off to your left, and you've probably got about 6 feet from the pull tab to arguably where you could stand for the tree. And so I was leaned way over trying to kind of pull like a big spinny hyzer, and I let go of it, and I caught the corner of the pull tab machine, and it's like, thunk! And I was like I'm talking, it would be like hitting before first available. It's like you haven't even let go of the disc, and you hit the tree.
It'd be like you hit a T sign that shouldn't be in play.
No, even the T sign would be right. This was like literally like right there. It's almost like hitting the microphone in front of me. But yeah, I was saying
I heard that.
That's so funny because like it must have been from Steve, because he was at one of the. I was just literally just trying different types of shots, and that was one of them. Was try to throw like a really angled spinny shot. And when I tried to spin it, it just came out a little early, and I caught it like right out of my hand, like dink. I was like, all right, well, that's not going anywhere.
Well, nonetheless,
I did hit it. I'm not going to deny it.
That was on a marksman type aspect.
Yeah, marksman.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Yep.
Even though it was
super skinny,
super
and
little
like
skinny
right
with a tree or bush and whatever. I made all 9 putts.
Wow, that is impressive.
Yeah, it was mainly because it was the marksman basket. The stance was like whatever, but. I went perfect from that station, which I thought was pretty cool.
I
can't imagine a lot of people did
that.
No,
nobody did it. I guarantee you not a single person did, other than you. I was close to getting all 3 putts on that one on one of them, and I had one that just like dead center spit. It's a marksman, so you have to kind of hit it with a little bit of grace. And I was kind of just on one knee coming in low because I felt that was the best angle, and I rifled one, and I was like, nice, and it hit, and it just came right back, and I was like, really. But yeah, no, it was a good time. I'm hoping to be able to hit more of them. I like that the different putting stations, we had a couple elevated putts. There was like a Packer theme last night, so you're putting through some helmets that were hanging at one point.
Packer helmets.
And then there was a giant spider web that someone hung up that you had to putt through. And then they took there was the final station, they took some kegs and they put Packer jerseys on them.
Yes.
And they scored more points than the Packers. So it was great.
Anyway, yeah, good time out there. Ran into a bunch of good people that we know, and like I said, you and Johnny Rumble were gone. I did see Daddy J along with Steve, along with Andrew and his fiance. Did she play? Do you know?
She did not. Okay. No.
Anyway,
no. She
whatever. Anyway, Putting League, good time on Monday nights. Always, and they're in week 2, so whenever it's possible, I'm going to make the fact that the place is owned and run by disc golfers makes it that much cooler. So and
now I'm leaving my putters in the car, so I don't even have to think about going to get them.
There you go.
And which will remind me on Mondays to head out there, assuming that I can arrange that with the family. I'm hoping to be able to stay longer than just the exact 40 minutes it took us to do the 3 rounds or whatever it was, and then bust out of there.
All right, real quick, we can. We already said it a little bit earlier. Congrats to our match play champions. We saw that Holland Hanley ultimately took it down on the FPO side, and then Ezra Robinson taking it down on the MPO side. Congrats to them. Steve Dodge talked earlier about pros and cons to that format as you guys all broke that down. So congrats to them. Disc Golf Pro Tour season now truly officially in the books until we roll into whatever 2025 is going to look like. Will we or won't we see some form of all-star gathering, exhibition, whatever, the weekend before, a few days before?
I think a few days before.
I don't know how that's going to shake out just yet, but I guess we'll have to wait and see come 2026.
Yeah, just purely a guess is they're going to do similar, maybe similar to what they did today, maybe a little I wouldn't even call it an all-star event, more maybe a skills expo where you have players just come in. Whoever's coming into Olympus early, who can make it there, they'll probably do something and broadcast it for a day, figure something out. But I don't know. I just wouldn't expect. I'm not expecting anything big for All-Star events. I don't know if that's in our future, an All-Star event.
Yeah, I mean, they're officially voting on All-Star, second and third card All-Stars. So I guess we'll have to see how it's all going to shake out.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they have a better idea, because what they've done in the past just doesn't seem. It hasn't been engaging. I'll say that. Like just the All-Star event itself has not been engaging.
Yeah, there's something in there. It's just a matter of locking in exactly what's going to work out the best. Real quick, I have the pleasure of going out to Arizona this upcoming weekend. I'll be heading out to the 19th annual Phoenix Ladies Open, presented by the law offices of Paul J. Sacco. I think this is like my 8th or 9th-ish year, somewhere in that territory, of going out and helping film and be part of this event. Looking forward to it. We are going to see a slightly different change in that we're playing what's called the old Fiesta Lakes, and now it's undergone a couple of different names and course names, and I'm excited to see what the actual layout is, but it's the old Fiesta Lakes course that was introduced to the Memorial 10 years ago now. Yeah, 6, 8, 10 years ago, maybe even more actually. And then it's undergone a couple different name changes and also a couple of different owners, which is why we have or haven't seen a lot of play out there. But that's where the event is going to be moved a little bit lower in terms of overall capacity. I think there's going to be about 95 or 99 or 100 women playing, where it's topped over 100. But being at this one course with a few limitations, I believe they're already sold out at close to 100 women this weekend. So looking forward to it. I'll be in Arizona Thursday night, and I think there's going to be some action on Friday, but the event itself takes place on Saturday. So, should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing so many regulars that I've seen for many years out there, and then a few new people as well. Big thanks to our friends at First Light for also hooking me up with some accommodations and a vehicle to get around in. And I see Jen Allen is the highest rated competitor in the FPO field. So that, I'll just follow it up quickly and say, plan on round 1, some form of montage, trying to get as many women filmed and represented within the video. And then round 2 is when you'll see actual shot by shot for the FPO lead card. It's kind of the format we've been on for the last couple of years. So, got that.
All right.
Anything else for the regular show before we get to a quick after show?
I don't think so.
Okay. I think we can call it then.
All right.
We'll close out the regular show. Just a mild little 2.5 hours. Thank you guys for joining us. When we shut down, we'll then come back with an after show. We got a few other odds and ends that we can discuss. Maybe that'll be on the shorter side. But
sure, why not?
Steve Dodge, along with Jesse from Trash Panda. Thank you guys so much for joining us. What a crazy and fun ride this has been, to think that here we've been mostly
11 full years.
11 full years, mostly on Tuesday nights, occasionally a few other random nights, but the amount of guests, the amount of stories, I posted it earlier on Facebook. There's probably been some really solid thoughts and conversations and developments here. It's also been a lot of really dumb shit.
Oh, God, with some bullshit.
Whether it's been stories of ours, maybe a poor take here or there.
No.
Clearly, we haven't always agreed with either each other and or with the entire disc golf community on everything. But the fact of whether you've been here for 15 minutes tonight or for 500 of the 581 episodes, it doesn't matter. You've been here in some capacity, and we do appreciate it. Yes, this is a show that we would do by us just probably having a phone call anyway and having a conversation, but some of you tune in to listen to our crazy ramblings and our interesting guests week in and week out, and that doesn't go unnoticed, and it doesn't go unappreciated. We certainly thank you guys, and if you support us in any way, whether it's a like, a share, subscribe, or if you're supporting us in any capacity financially, we certainly appreciate that as well. as we say, it keeps the lights on, but
Goes a long way.
It does, and we very much appreciate that. So for episode 581, known as our 11-year anniversary show, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to stand down, take a quick moment or two. When we come back, we'll have the after show. But for Steve Dodge, along with Jesse, Johnny V, I'm the Disc Golf Guy. It's been Smashbox TV Podcast 581. We'll see you in the after show. You step inside the Smashbox.
Thank you to our $2 and above patrons. Your name is listed below in the credits. If you are interested in being listed as a producer in the Smashbox TV credits and supporting this and other fine podcasts, please visit patreon.com/SmashBoxxTV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox TV Podcast 581's After Show.
Golden Birthday Edition?
Something like that. We didn't say it earlier. So
It's funny because our podcast was 2.5 hours. What didn't we say?
We didn't say thank you to all the veterans. To
Veterans
any and all
Day.
veterans, as it is Veterans Day. Thank you for sacrifices, service, bravery, all those things that Johnny and I don't necessarily embody.
Nope.
So much braver men and women out there than we would ever be. So we do sincerely thank you and appreciate it. Couple of questions off the board. Unfortunately, I feel like this might be a running one. Did I have any run-in with the cops? The answer's no. None this week. Check in next week. You never know.
Check and check.
But speaking of which, I watch a gentleman, and now that I think about it specifically, there's a couple of them that I occasionally watch. One that came across my feed today.
Oh, more of your YouTube.
Yeah, well, the gentleman goes by the name of the Civil Rights Lawyer, and his channel is largely reviewing and or talking about things that have happened, and it's usually accompanied then by actual police or personal footage. And talked about, he was on one specifically today with did it happen in Wisconsin where
I don't think it was me. I
police officers went into the wrong house, and they, in his story, they had gone into the wrong house after like a 911 call and had their guns drawn on the inhabitants of the house that were 100% innocent and sleeping, because they went to the wrong house, and it was supposed to be at the neighbor's house who had called in about a possible intruder, and they break into the wrong house or make their way into the wrong house next door and have their guns drawn on these people who were just literally sleeping. And I feel like there was was wasn't it a local story where that also had just recently happened?
Well, I don't know.
Like in the last day or two around here.
Oh, maybe.
And I thought that somebody was shot. I might be getting my stories a little bit mixed up, but yeah, just interesting. And it's always a fine line of like, well, everyone makes mistakes, but when we're talking about mistakes that are of this nature, of going into someone's incorrect house and drawing your gun on them at 1 a.m, yeah, kind of crazy. So anyway, that was one of the random stories, but I feel like that happened like more locally.
Oh, I don't know. I think
really you didn't. We're not connecting on the same. Okay.
Yeah, I know that's a pretty famous case nationally. Is it? Oh God, I feel so bad. I'm gonna forget her name. Breonna
Taylor.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
and like that clearly it was a whole.
Yeah, and then and obviously that then was with racial implications and everything else.
Was referenced.
That wasn't necessarily the crux of this one, but yeah, that is of course yeah. Anyway, no police run-ins though, and I haven't picked up any strangers. So yeah,
that's a
boring week.
Yeah.
What can I say? From my perspective,
less boring week, not too much, not too boring.
A
couple weeks ago, I'll go through a quick whole story. Laying in bed, and
I like where this is headed.
I know you do. And my wife was laying next to me. You were not involved. You were not there at all, though, Terry.
No.
And she felt my chest, and she actually felt a lump, which clearly never good. No one wants to feel lumps. And so I am not one to generally go to the doctor.
The doctor goes to you.
Doctor does not come to me. It's probably been 12 to 13 years since I've seen a doctor. You know, just those things happen. You forget. Who has time? You lose time.
Yes.
And I just, I'm not one to get hurt or sick. Thankfully, knock on all the wood. But my wife immediately looked at me and she said, "You got to go to the doctor, get that checked out." I was like, "Ugh, all right." So I download an app that I've heard about called ZocDoc, which you can put in your insurance and find doctors that are available.
You get connected to me, and
I was like, "How is Terry?" Like booked time with it. So I booked a woman in Milwaukee here on the South Side. She was part of the Independent Physicians of Wisconsin. And I get to her office and I grab her card, and it says, I have the card right here. She is a board center family medicine, that's what I looked for. I looked for a family medicine person. And then I looked at the other thing, and it says clinical homeopathy. Right there. I'm like, all right, that's fine. And then it says clinical and introspective hypnosis. So right away, I'm immediately questioning my decisions. I'm not saying hypnosis doesn't work. I'm not saying, I think it probably has something. But just in general, I've never been to a doctor that's also a hypnotist. So I'm right away a little nervy. Go in. She does, all the normal kind of check me out kind of things. Breathe in, breathe out.
Gets the stopwatch out, or gets the grandfather watch.
Yeah, gets the grandfather. Yeah, the pocket watch to.
That's what I meant.
Look into my eyes. Yeah. You're healthy now. Poof. No, so she's totally fine, and thankfully recommends I get all the normal things. She recommended a bunch of lab work, some blood draws. She checked out the lump, and she said, "Yeah, you got to go get that checked out." Like, cool. That's why I came to you, but now you're just sending me off to somebody else. So today was the day that I went and got it checked out, and I got a thing or two, well, maybe just one thing that many men do not get. I don't know how many men. Many men. I got
50 cent.
I had a mammogram.
Okay.
Which is not, it's not unheard of that men get that, but not many do. And so the first thing this woman does is this older woman, probably in her mid 50s to maybe lower 60s. She's like, okay. It's like, hey, you can take off your shirt, please, and you're going to stand up. And I bet you she was probably 5'4". So I stand up out of the chair, and she kind of looks up at me. And I look at the machine, and I go, is this going to work? She's like, well, I can find a chair so you can sit down, but then it's going to go way low. And she's like, that's difficult. I'm like, well, how about I just like squat? Like kind of like a power squat so that I can fit, my pec. And that's a kind way of saying my my chest into this machine. She's like, are you going to be able to hold that without moving? Because we need to take the pictures. And I'm like, I'll do my best. So sure enough, thankfully, they got the machine up as high as it could be. And I stuck it in there, and just like, they say, they squeeze it and they take some pictures. Didn't hurt. She was very nice. Did both sides. And she's like, all right, well, I'm going to go show these pictures to the radiologist. I was like, okay. So I sit down, get my shirt back on. And if I'm lucky, she just says, oh, no big deal, go home. Well, of course, that's not what happens. She comes, she's like, okay, we're going to ultrasound. I was like, oh, all right. So I go to the ultrasound room. She's like, all right, lay down on the paper bench, the bench with the paper on it. She's like, you're too tall, your legs are going to dangle off. I was like, I get it. Yes, I understand. Cut
off my leg.
These are problems that I have at every doctor I go to. When I was at the family physician, she did the whole reflex where she hits your knee. Mm-hmm. And the problem was I had to sit funny because my feet were resting on the ground. She's like, yeah, that doesn't work. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? She's like, well, they have to
cut
kind
off
of be
your legs.
Because they have to be relaxed, but your seat isn't. I'm like, so I kind of had to scoot a little funny. She's like, okay, I think that should work. And so the first one she didn't. Then she did my other leg, and that was fine. Then she went back and she's like, let's just adjust like this, and she hit it, and then she got the reaction she was looking for. And I was like, okay, cool, thanks. I'm glad my reflexes are fine, like a cat.
Right.
So then I go in for the ultrasound today as well, and this woman gets the gel, and it was, I called it the ketchup bottle problem, because she went to squirt it and went and there was nothing in it, and she's like, oh really? So she's shaking it, and then she's trying to squirt, and it's just spraying, and I'm just like, this is not I did not pay for this. And then so finally, I'm like, you need to hit it on the table like a ketchup bottle. She's like, yeah. So she hits it on her hand a few times, gets enough out, puts it on my chest, starts doing the whole thing. Just like when I saw my wife when we were pregnant. She was pregnant. I was there. Do the ultrasound, but it was the same thing. And so she's like, oh, it's right here on your chest. I'm like, yep. She's like, okay, well, I'm going to take pictures anyway. Just don't worry. No matter what I do, I'm going to take pictures. And then I'm going to go show it to whoever. I was like, okay. And then she's like, and then the doctor's going to come in, and they're probably going to take pictures too. So don't worry. Just don't worry about this. No matter what it is, we're taking pictures. I'm like, okay, I'm not worried. I had so very little worry in me. I figured there's no point in worrying, so whatever. So she does that, and then the doctor comes in after she takes all these things. She's like, hey, how you doing? Good. She's like, all right, cool. Take off your shirt again. It's the third time I've taken off my shirt.
Getting sassy.
I know. And she takes the same bottle, but instead of putting it on me, she put it right on the wand, and she did the same problem. Nothing came out, so she shook it, and I was like, yeah, same problem. She literally took 3 seconds. She put it on my chest, looked at it, and went, cool, you're good to go. You're fine. That's just a cyst. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it. I was like, really? She's like, yep, no problem. See you later.
No big deal.
No big deal. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's great. She's like, oh, yeah, way better than telling someone they have cancer. And I was like, yes, that's a funny way of saying it, but yes, that is much better than telling someone they have cancer. I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you very much. I will be out of your way now. So,
all right.
So
Johnny checks out.
11 years.
I was just going to say.
Our 11-year anniversary, I didn't have cancer.
I think.
Because last week I hinted that we're going to find out this week if there was any problem.
Well, and I think, go back another 11 to 13 years.
Yeah.
Your next checkup.
But either way, everybody, do yourself a favor. Just check yourself. Don't wreck yourself.
Exactly.
Just do a little rubby rub on yourself just to make sure. We're getting to that age where you just need to,
things.
Weird things happen to your body when you get older.
Well, I was talking,
and even if you're younger.
Yeah, I was talking with Dave from the Dyers Guild today. Him and I had a lunch date that involved not only IKEA but also Kopp's Burgers.
Ooh.
But anyway,
Kopp's Burgers are so big.
Yeah, they are.
You pay a lot for the burger and the fries and usually the shakes. You gotta go, if you're going there, you gotta get ice cream. That's just kind of how it goes. But they're giant.
They're big. We had a big conversation about value of there versus a Five Guys. But anyway, so we go, and that was part of the conversation though, was who's watching us?
In general in life?
No, who's watching our show?
Oh, who's watching our show?
Skew older like us.
Probably.
I don't know if there's any 20-year-olds watching our show. I'm thinking about your medical advice and taking heed. I don't know if 20-year-olds are watching us.
I'm sure they tune in. They're probably not tuning in for the whole thing, because I don't know if 20-year-olds are tuning in for the whole thing of anything these days, much less the highlights. If we cut this into digestible clips of like minute to 2 minute clips a few times, I bet you we would get obviously a lot of hits, similar to Foundation or Alta World. If whoever's doing these short little clips, whoever has time to put these out, that's what we're gonna do. But
what do you think our demographic is?
I have no idea. I'm sure it's people who generally have been in the sport for a little while, that value the opinions of people
that are old,
that have seen a lot of disc golf. And obviously that we're talking live and downloaded content podcasts. I think podcasts, it's just disc golfers. And I mean, skew whichever way you want. I don't know if there is a particular age in the podcast download. I'm sure the YouTube probably skews a little bit older, probably your 30 to 50 is my guess. But I also think that any long form content is probably not skewing to your 20 to 22 to 23-year-olds.
And this is only, and I don't have all the details, but this is only for...
And probably 98% male.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the last 365 days. When I look at it, these are YouTube analytics, which clearly are just one tiny snapshot, and I didn't originally have any of this planned, but a one tiny snapshot versus the people that are downloading. Plenty of people are not up or awake or watching us at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. or whatever the time is, 12 a.m., whatever you want to call it, are up watching, and therefore we know that audio version downloads are a much bigger representation. So
correct.
I'm not referencing any of those, but I am noticing, or just quickly looking at, the fact that and this is the last 365 days, logged in, per however YouTube figures that out, but logged in, it looks like we are 99.6% male to 0.4% female, which I'm going to assume is similar for most of the podcast,
correct,
with probably the exception of the party. And are they posting on YouTube?
No,
exactly.
They're not even posting. I haven't seen anything from them in a few months.
So I'm just going to assume, and maybe that's a wrong assumption, but I'm going to assume. Now, we've said this for years. Not only obviously do males have a much larger, significant overall viewing dominance in terms of the statistics for disc golf, but sometimes it's literally just who's logged in too. If you're even logging in to whose ever channel. Or if you're logging in under your login, yeah.
Someone said the 0.4% is Hannah Macbeth.
it could be possibly.
Thank you, Hannah. We appreciate it.
Yeah, 42.5%. Again, these are just some YouTube analytics that I guess I would trust more than anything else. I'd magically make up. 40. So about half of our viewership, 35 to 44 years old. 32% of our viewership, 45 to 54. So 35 to 55 makes up 74% of our viewership.
So 3/4 of our viewers are over 30, about 35, 30 to 35.
Interesting. I wonder how that compared to any of the other YouTube.
I would guess Foundation skews a little younger, not too much.
I bet you. Yeah, I would bet you it's considerably younger.
I don't.
Staggered Stance. So. I'd be curious to know. Like, are they right in between?
If you're talking your long form content.
Oh, anyway.
And it's hard. I mean, I don't know if you can break it down by shorts versus this versus that, because I just do feel like the younger generations are probably not watching the full hour and a half podcast or broadcast, and they're probably watching more YouTube shorts or clipped content. That type of thing.
Yeah. Anyway, thought that was
that's
nothing, if anything, just a little bit interesting to take a look at over the last year here. Hannah did send me a message on the last couple of days and said she would like the director's cut of my last police interaction. Oh, she'd like that for Christmas.
Yeah. You should get that.
I'll work on. Maybe I can work on that.
She did. She sent me a funny picture of a little toy police car and said, "This is the cop. This is the cop that Terry got involved in." So.
Quite possibly. I managed to go all the way to Illinois and back with not only not getting pulled over, but not having any significant run-ins, other than having to update my toll pass and give them more money, which
Yeah.
It's always a whole lot of fun to travel.
Yeah, my wife told me you don't even need the little white thing in your car anymore.
No, they're moving a lot to license plate recognition and or a little bit of sticker. They've gone from really the big kind
white
of bulky
plastic
transponders to now just literally a little sticker that you can put in your windshield, which I don't like as much, which brings me to another point, but I don't like as much just because they're not nearly as easily transferable, which is maybe what they're trying to avoid in the first place.
Oh, people just sharing between cars.
Like if you, for instance, like if you're going, or rent a car, or you only go to Illinois every once in a while, and then you want to share that transponder with your kid or your spouse or whomever, because you don't all need different transponders, that's where that sticker is a pain. And now it's too late for this, but pretty much too late. If somebody needs the not Hudson Mills Metro Park, the Detroit Metro Park, what is that called? Not the Hudson Mills, Detroit area Metro Park sticker for this year. I've got it because I didn't put it into the rental car, but it made more financial sense to buy it for the 5 times I had to go into D-Glow, and I think it probably expires at the end of this year. Anyway, I have it. It's on a nice, like, transferable paper. I'd be willing to even send it to you for free if somehow you'd get any use out of that, because then you could put it in your car for the remainder of the year, which
it's like a month
and a half at this point.
I mean,
that's why it's probably not worth it. I really wish I would have been more diligent to offer it like a couple months ago. I still don't know if anyone's like, oh yeah, I'm going to the Metro Park system, and I don't have I'm guessing you already probably have one, but if anybody needs the Metro Park, otherwise I'm just going to throw it away or recycle it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Trying to do what Jesse would want. I'm going to recycle this.
I mean, you were trying by getting.
I'm trying to recycle by really just honestly giving away to somebody else.
But
so if you need it, you're in the Hudson. I keep saying Hudson Mills. That's one of the parks. It's probably good for like their 28 park system, the Metro Park system in the Detroit, Ann Arbor-ish area. Let me know if you need it. I've got you. I'll send it to you for free.
We got you covered here.
Next week, I'll just announce it quickly now. Next week, I'm going to plan on doing a Whatnot, another one. It'll only be my 3rd show ever. We did the one at the Doss House. Then I did one a week or 2 later. I'm going to go, again, grab lots of just random goodies, bunch of different manufacturers. I don't have any other specific theme other than just like overall goodies. Some will probably be really old, some will be a couple years old, and some may be absolutely current. But I'm going to grab some goodies, maybe have 40 to 60 discs, and do another Whatnot stream. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Okay. It won't be Tuesday night, but maybe Monday or Wednesday of next week. So I wanted to throw that out there. And last plug would be for Cold Turkey. Get signed up if you're going to come play.
I'm not.
That's in a couple weeks from now. Come play the Cold Turkey 20.
Day after Thanksgiving. Or the weekend after
Thanksgiving? The weekend, yeah. Okay. The weekend following Thanksgiving. So Black Friday happens, and then if you're in any pro division or any advanced division, you play on Saturday. And if you're in any other division, I so rightfully just name it all other divisions, which is basically juniors, rec, intermediate. If you're in any of those divisions, you play on Sunday. The cool thing is on Saturday, I'll also be hosting a Flex Start event. So if you only have time to get down there and play like 18 holes, you play the Red Fox course twice, and that counts as an 18-hole round. So that's like a separate tournament happening at the same time while other people are playing the Gray Fox course. So sign up. It's on Disc Golf Scene. Yeah.
This weekend, Terry, you're going to be jealous.
Probably not.
I think you are.
When I'm in Arizona.
Yeah, I still think you're going to be a little jealous.
Okay.
This weekend,
I'm
going up to Door County.
Oh, I know where this is going.
What?
You're going to be making and eating lefse.
Yes, I am, Terry Miller. We are making lefse from scratch. Friday night, they're going to be doing all the ricing of the potato. And then on Saturday, we will get together as a family, and we'll be making lots and lots of lefse. So I'll see if I can swipe you some. I don't know. Get you some nice fresh lefse. It's handmade.
I would like it.
Myself and my family.
If anyone is unfamiliar with it,
it's like a really super thin potato pancake.
Yeah, and a Norwegian delicacy for some. and I love it. So if when Johnny brings me some, I still will need more. So if anyone has any connections to some lefse, it is a major pain to make. And
it's a lot of
very
work.
difficult to also then find and purchase. So if anybody has extra lefse that they want to send my way, it will go right into my belly.
Yeah, because you need to basically take the potatoes, boil them, peel them, then you literally rice them. So you put them through a ricer, which is more or less just like a squeeze tool that spits it out, almost like Play-Doh, where you used to squeeze the Play-Doh out, and you literally have to just rice them 3-4 times in order to get them the right consistency. And then at that point, then I think you can salt them a little bit. Then you have to roll it, and this is the part I hate. I hate rolling anything, like rolling dough. I'm very bad at it. I don't understand why. I'm just not good at rolling like any sort of dough. It always sticks to the roller, and I always get really pissy and frustrated. It's one of the reasons this weekend where I'm not going to lie, not super excited to be doing this project with my family. I'm there to do it as a family. It'll be fun because it's the whole extended family. I'm just not good at it. I probably won't do any of it, but I do like to cook it. We have special lefse. They're more or less like it's just a round flat iron that you just put it on, flip it over, all that stuff. I'm good at that. I can do that. I do not want to roll out a single piece of lefse, which I just hate. Again, it just doesn't work for me. So you roll it up super thin, you cook it, and usually we'll freeze whatever's left over for the holidays. It's delicious. Throw some butter on it. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Most people have no idea what we're talking about, but if you're
listen, our listeners in Norway,
yeah, that's true.
We're like, yeah,
they don't. I don't feel like they don't regard it the way we do.
Probably not.
Because when I went over there, I remember when I went there in 2013, I was like, I need this. And some of them looked at me like I was crazy because lefse feels like a little bit more of a generic term. And so there's like variations of it, many of which don't look anything like what you're talking about.
Okay.
And so there's it's just not obvious. If you say it to them, they don't necessarily know exactly what you're referencing. Even if it is that thing, there's like so many different iterations of it.
Okay.
And so it was really interesting to see that when I went there. But I did get some while I was there, and it was, of course, delicious.
I bet it was.
Okay. They need to add that to the Culver's menu. No, even with being Wisconsin-based, I don't think Culver's will be adding it. It is not, I don't want to just say it's an acquired taste. I don't think that. But it's not something most people, I feel like, would go out of their way for and be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I don't know how many people I've introduced it to them and they've been like, oh, I'm sold. It's just something I've had ever since I've been a kid, and I have always loved it. Yeah,
it's definitely, I think, like I don't even want to say a Midwest thing. I don't even want to say like so much a Wisconsin thing. It really feels like it's it was highlighted specifically in our area of Wisconsin, because even lefse down here isn't nearly as popular. You can get it, but I think it's just where the Norwegians tended to settle in there, and that was just
northern Wisconsin, central to northern Wisconsin, along with Minnesota.
Minnesota
So
is
that's
pretty popular
where
in Minnesota.
You have a lot more of that Norwegian contingency for sure. They haven't had it at the McDonald's in Norway. No, probably not. What is the burger? Is it Max Burger? Is that the super popular chain? I don't know if popular is the right word, but one of the few really big chains that they have over in, I know it's in Sweden, and I think it's in Finland. I think it's Max. Anyway, I don't know if there was something else I had to discuss, but I don't remember what it.
If you can't remember, then we move on to patreon.com/SmashBoxxTV. Once again, that's the way you can support us financially. If you support us anyway, or have supported us in any way over the last 11 years, whether, like Terry said, whether it's a couple bucks here, buying a disc, a polo, buying Terry a drink at the Bourbon Cowboy, all of which are appreciated. And let me guess, we've probably made more from the Bourbon Cowboy than we have in a lot of other ways. But once again, thank you very much. Remember, patreon.com. You can support us financially. You get an ad-free podcast feed. You get the entire podcast immediately when it's done. You know, I'll spend the next 10, 15, 20 minutes after the podcast rendering it out and giving it to the people right away. Otherwise, you need to wait until tomorrow morning for half of it. Then the after show, you'll wait till Friday, all of which will have ads in it. But the Patreons, they are ad-free. So once again, thank you very much. Terry, tonight we have 100 people eligible for our giveaway. That is from Patreon and SmashBoxx.tv/weekly giveaways. So how do you want to recycle these numbers?
I think we go number 1. Very first one that gets drawn. Just think we, get right to it.
All right. Very first one is 65. I sorted it by email address tonight. 65. So could be anybody, could be nobody. Just kidding. It has to be somebody. It is Matt Schenk. Matt Schenk. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, very, very.
Not a name that I recognize as a recent winner.
We have not given away anything to Matt Schenk in a little while. So
awesome.
Thank you very much, Matt. Much appreciated. I'll get your information over to Terry. Looks like we have your address, and we'll get that sent over. So thank you again. Thank you to all our supporters. As always, it's been 11 years. We wouldn't be doing this live without you. Terry and I, again, we would be on a phone conversation, me probably lying in bed, my wife annoyed as Terry is on speakerphone, and I'm sitting there chatting with them about, Jesse at Trash Panda, and my wife is like, seriously, go to bed. So now, thanks to you, thanks to your support, she's upstairs and I'm downstairs.
Mm-hmm. Then I'll go upstairs and then... Yeah, we very much appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing some of you. I know we've got a couple of our Patreon supporters coming out of Arizona, so I'll see a few of you this weekend as well, and looking forward to being out there for you guys. I have access to, and this might lead into some Patreon giveaways and some other unique things. I have been working in the world of a laser engraver, and it's certainly giving me ideas for things that can be done exclusively for some of our Patreon members and supporters. I'm learning more. Hopefully I don't burn out my eyes or cut off my fingers or something like that. But working in the world of laser engraving has been something very fun and unique. Thanks to my friend over at the Dyers Guild, Dave. If I do lose a finger or an eye, it will be Dave's fault, indirectly.
He turned you on to this?
Yes. So hopefully that doesn't end up being the case, though. Yeah, a couple weeks after that, I'll be heading to, I'll see some of you guys in Florida, too. The Cho is around the corner. So, and in between those two events that I'm covering,
who knows what trouble you'll get into?
Cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
So, I think that's about it. I'm thankful that you guys are here. I'm thankful that we have this opportunity to share so many of these weeks with you. I read through the whole list and thanked you guys earlier, so I very much appreciate it. 4 hours. That is silly.
It is. Yeah, we went for. Yeah, that.
I wasn't trying to.
It didn't feel like it, but that interview with Jesse went on a long time. It wasn't even an interview; it was a conversation. I hate to even call it an interview.
Yeah. Well, we're appreciative of him as well as Steve Dodge and all the ideas. I did specifically think about the idea that we had two incredible innovators and big thinkers that joined us tonight. That makes up for us. That makes up for us.
Two little tiny thinkers.
But it did dawn on me earlier today when I was talking with both of them and lining up the timing and whatnot on how blessed we are to have people like them in the sport and doing what they're doing. So our weeks can be that much more interesting. So for Jesse, along with Steve Dodge, both in the regular show, Johnny V, myself, that's podcast 581 here on our 11th anniversary. Thank you guys for joining, for tuning in, to listening, whether it's been in the video or audio format. We really do appreciate it. We'll see you next week. You step inside the Smashbox.